Something I've already started for. I'm redirecting to YouTube. Oh, wow. Something I've already started for. I'm redirecting to YouTube. God damn it. Wow. Looks like I'll have to. Jesus Christ, this is bad. This is very bad. Why are there like more than 2 streaming views? Wow. Like, Jesus Christ. Wow. Can anyone can everyone hear me? So the problem I'm having now is that there seems to be a what's it called? Let me kill off this sound first. The challenge I'm having is that there seems to be an issue with my streaming service. So the link that I initially shared, my live streaming software can't seem to connect to it. I know, Tunde, I know, trust me, man. I want to go back. I want to go to that link. So I think what I will do is, I will share this link. I'll share this link with everyone. And I think you guys should just help me share this exact link that you're using to watch. Share this link with everyone so that everyone can get on here, because right now, yeah, I think, yeah, exactly. I'm actually going to delete the other link and I'm going to inform everyone else, because right now that other link doesn't seem to be working and I don't know why. So I think I should inform everyone here. So guys, all right, so let's see, how am I going to say so? So guys, sorry about this. Okay, so exactly. Thank you very much, Akin. I think I should do likewise, because I am not understanding why this is happening right now. We should be well on the course. All right, so let me share this. All right, so people are gathering here. Shegu. Thank you very much. Okay. You guys will probably have to give me like 3 or 4 more, like 5 more minutes, so that I can send like a new mail to everyone, which is a terribly bad idea. But I have to send like a new mail to everyone and let everyone know that, oh look, this is the new link. It's crazy. I don't know how this I haven't experienced this before. Crazy and embarrassing. Okay, let's put that there. Of course I heard you, Shegu. Hold on, just hold your horses. Don't open Figma just yet. Just hold your horses, all right? So I even need to even like clear up my system to make sure that there are no what's it called? There are no there's really like nothing delaying or making my system want to hang, because there is always that proclivity for the system to want to hang. Like it's always there. You can't even avoid it. Okay, so what just happened? No, it's not a filter. Dude, no, it's not a filter. I can promise you it's not a filter. It's okay, it's not a filter. It's basically the way my lighting is actually set up. Yeah, James, that's what I'm currently doing. I want to make sure that everyone is I want to make sure everyone is able to have access to the new link. But you could help me, you could help me by sharing this online as well, so that people won't miss it. You get. No, it is not called the angelic filter, my friend. No, Tunde, Sandra is not responsible for this. Thank you. Well, just want to chill. All right, let me sort out. Let me sort out my current issues with the mails. So manage attendees. Like you know that Nigerian internet is after you when they decide that today is the day that they decide to start that they want to start acting up. Just know. All right. So I think someone was trying to throw a question. All right, I might as well create a new attending mail. Do that now. Stream link updates. All right. Hey, big apologies. The technical mix-up, and I've had to create a new link. There we go. I think that's perfect. Let me increase the font size. 14 is perfect. Regards, your design commissioner. Leslie. Yeah, please sign now. Don't even waste time. Okay. I think I have done that. I think the next thing to do now would probably to go to YouTube. No, not YouTube, Twitter actually. Almost done, guys. Almost done. This will make me sweat buckets for my time. Shegun, how will your time? You almost finished. How many minutes did you buy? 5 minutes, me. Eh? Meanwhile, come, like, a cyber cafe is still a thing in Nigeria. Like, it's crazy. I'm telling you. Yeah, you're right. Hi Alabi. This is because of the number of people that are going to be on the stream, it's going to be a one-way it's going to be a one-way training because I'm going to be doing most of the talking, and then the only channel of communication would be via this, the chat. So I'll be reading the chat. Precious is asking how long this session is going to be for. Precious, I will not lie to you. Just log down like 2 hours, 3 hours. Oh, Noel, for real? Jeez. I honestly, I know I do not remember the last time I went to a cyber cafe to do anything on purpose. It's been years. Oh, this is weird. Live streams are not here. Of course, cyber cafes still exist. People will say it like it's a bad thing. Okay, I just literally just said I said it like it was a bad thing, but sorry. All right, let me navigate to my channel so that I will be able to track what everyone is talking about. And I won't have to use my screen. It's not giveaway if it's just one direction now. Now giveaway. Okay, I said I was going to go to Twitter. Yeah. I think it's best that, yeah, Chigozie, you can actually stream with your phone while working with your computer, but there might be some things I'm going to be doing, you know, on the stream that you would have to, you would need to, what's it called? You'd need to use, you'd need to see clearly with your computer. So I would advise, I think I would actually advise that you use, figure it out. Alright, so happening. Use weird as breaking news happening just here. Something that should be it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. That is it. That is it. Philip, no, it's not a no. I'm just. All right. So I think for the most part, I'm almost set to go. All right, so let me set up my screen so that I know what I'm looking at. Stop God winning. I just had a haircut like God knows when. Calm down. I don't have a skincare routine. YouTube. I like it's all right, so let me kill this off. So that I'll just use this screen to pull my feedback, and I'll use this screen for my my lectures. So let me play here. What is happening? Hang on, guys. I'll soon start sharing my screen. I know that you guys have been quite patient, and I've literally just like, you know, taking 30 minutes of your time. But I promise you, with all of my heart, it's going to be worth it. All right. I guess I'm ready to start. All I just need to do is just share my screen now. All right, so can everyone see my screen? Hi, Abosede. So to answer your question, there is going to be, so I think to answer your question, I'm going to make an announcement right after this class regarding that. This class is, I mean, definitely like, it's probably going to be, I'll make an announcement. I think that's the best thing. Okay, so first of all, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for coming. I really, 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 really appreciate the fact that all of you came here. I'm stoked. I'm really, really stoked. But really, thank you guys for coming. Today is Independence Day here in Nigeria. That's if you're watching from Nigeria. If you're not watching from Nigeria, today is Independence Day, October 1st. And in the midst of everything that's been happening, we've decided to organize a free Figma crash course. So, so the purpose of this crash course is so that those who are actually looking to go into product design, UI, UX, those who are looking into creating websites and mobile apps, and just to give them like a small, light introduction. Well, not so light because we'll be doing some interesting things today, but a fair introduction into Figma, and you know, more or less like the kick that they need that will get them started as they commence their adventure into product design and designing websites and designing mobile apps. So this is what we're going to be covering. We're going to be doing some introduction. We'll get to know each other a bit. We're going to be talking about what Figma is and what it's not. We're going to be navigating, you know, we're going to be familiarizing ourselves with some of the things, or like how Figma is laid out and some of the features that they have. I'll do my best not to overwhelm you because, like I said, it's a crash course and there's only so much that you can squeeze in between, you know, 3 hours. So I just want to give you enough to get you started, you know, enough to get you started. And then along the way, as you're growing, as you're progressing, you get to learn like a few extra things. But I'm not going to cheat you in such a way that, and I'll just give you like a little bit and I'll like put the rest behind the paywall. No, I'm going to give you just about enough to get you started. And even that enough is sufficient for you to like, you know, start bringing some of your ideas to life. So we're going to be talking about shapes, colors, and typography. We're going to be talking about alignments and using grids. We're going to be talking about UI elements, the various UI elements that you're going to be encountering, and how to use components, and how to use components to actually speed up your workflow as you design in Figma. We're going to be talking about how we're going to be talking about how to import what's it called? We're going to be talking about how to import images and icons into Figma. And finally, we are going to be talking about prototyping, how to share prototypes, how to create prototypes from your designs, and how to share prototypes with clients and with developers. After that, there will be a Q&A session. You can ask me anything you want. You can, it's going to be a Q&A session. You can ask me anything you want. Ask me whatever questions. So I'll literally take your question, all your questions, and I'll do my best to answer them as quickly and as fast as possible. All right. So introduction. My name is Leslie. As everybody knows, I am I'm the creative director at Team Mapped, where Team Mapped is a fintech company, and we are mostly into financial inclusion. We make products for that focus on financial inclusion and digital banking services for a variety of banks and brands and whatnot. If you have things like Stash in Carrywise, or we have things like Stash and Carrywise, for example, that's us. I didn't say we made the app, they're just using our technology. There are a lot of banks that are currently using that technology from Team Mapped, but that's just one aspect of my life. Wow. Okay. That's just one aspect of my life. I love to design stuff for a living. I do lots of product designing. I do lots of web designing. I design logos. I have been designing for a little over 16 years, I think. Which is, I think, yeah, I've been designing for a little over 16 years. And I would love to share all the knowledge that I have accumulated over this time to those who are interested. That's that about that. Also, I mean, what else is there to share about me? Yeah, look, you know what? Go ahead, introduce yourselves. I would like to meet some of you. Eniola, the name of the company is Team Apt. That is TEAMAPT. Team Apt. Hi, Martha. Nice to meet you, Martha. Go on. No, Babs, I will not answer that question online. JC, Jachike, is that correct? Did I get it right? Hi, Amy. Hi, Isaac. Hi, Timothy. Errons. Hi, Prince Isaac. Nice to meet you. Adewumi Alabi, also nice to meet you. Ndoken from Cameroon. Pleasure. It's awesome that you're here. Thank you very much for joining. David Ain Sigmi. I'm so sorry I can't pronounce your name, but I really hope that you'll be able to make that transition from XD to Figma. I really hope I make a really compelling presentation. Wisdom in Dabes. Thank you for joining. Praise. Hi, is it Doreen Ntumi from Ghana? Thank you. Welcome. Ayotomiwa, John, Philip, Justice. Justice says, I design what I can for food and shelter. That is my God. So I think as of right now we have 115 people on the stream. Thank you guys once again for joining. Thank you guys once again for joining. So let's begin. Before we start, I'd like to know how many of us actually have any kind of design experience, and how many of us on the stream are like newbies. So if you're a newbie, just okay. If you're a newbie, I'm gonna put an icon right now, and I want you to indicate with that icon if you are a newbie. So if you're a newbie, please indicate with this icon. I also want to know how many people on this stream are new, like, you know, yeah, exactly. Very good. You've gotten the idea. So if you're a newbie, if you're new to product design or UI UX or Figma, just indicate with that icon, let me know so that, you know, we can have like, I'll be able to tap Bolu is a medium B. No, I refuse to agree. Bolu, you are advanced. Oh, hey, Jeroma. No. Jeroma, don't raise your hand. We know you very well. Don't come and disgrace me. It's just small, I know, please. Okay, so for the newbies that are here, Raj, I'm really rooting for you, and I hope that you get your first UI UX job. All right, so let's get on with it without any further ado. Jesus Christ, man, that's a lot of newbies out there. Wisdom, if you raise your hand and say you are a newbie, I'll All right, so let's get to it. So let's talk about Figma, yeah, and let's see let's talk about Figma. Let's get to know what Figma is. Now, the first thing, I mean, the most obvious thing that we know about Figma is that Figma is a design tool. Yes, but what is it about Figma that separates it from the other design tools? Number one, Figma is collaborative. Collaborative in the sense that in other design tools, it's only one person that gets to work on one design file per time. You know, and usually that means that if there are 3 designers and they need to work on the same design file, if I'm working on the main file, the other 2 designers have to wait for them to finish working on it so that they can then open it on their own end and then like start working on it. But with Figma, 7 people can be working on the same design at the same time, and the changes that they are making on that design are being updated in real time. In simple English, 7 people can be designing on the same project at the same time. And up until recently, no other design tool except for Adobe XD, and even Adobe XD's version of it is not yet clear cut. You know, Adobe XD's version is not as clean or properly executed as Figma's. So think of Figma as the Google Docs of design. You know, like in Google Docs, everyone can collaborate on the same document and make changes and edits and drop comments and do whatnot. But so just think of Figma as the Google Docs, you know, of design. Another unique feature is that Figma is cloud-based, and and it can run on a browser. What does that mean? It means that for the most part, you don't need to install anything. You don't need to, there's nothing for you to download. I mean, with XD, you can download, you have to download maybe like some 400 MB. And in Nigeria, 400 MB is a lot of MB. But Sketch is probably like 200. I don't remember the last time I actually used Sketch. Gabriel, to answer your question, Miro is not a, Miro is collaborative, but I don't think Miro was designed to be a design tool. I don't know if you can design with Miro, but Miro is not a design tool. Miro is not a design tool. Noel, I agree with you. Noel is saying that I use Adobe XD and the co-editing is not as perfect as both parties have to be on the same version. With Figma, because at every time the moment you load Figma on your browser, you are using the latest version, period. You're using the latest version, period. You understand? So there's no issue of, oh, okay, there's no syncing issue at all. It always, you can run it from the browser. Figma also has the option of like downloading like offline installers, so you can have like a dedicated app for Figma, but it's basically just a container, because at the end of the day, it's still going to connect to the cloud. It's still going to connect to the cloud. So it's, whether you're designing from the dedicated app or you're designing from your browser, the experience is consistent and the same. Now, if you're looking at my screen, you will notice that I am using, if you're looking at my screen, you will notice that I am using the dedicated app for Mac, but I can just as well open my browser and then, do the same presentation, and there will be no change in experience. That's one of the things that actually make Figma really beautiful. Personal story, I wasn't a Figma head until like 3-4 years ago. 3 years ago actually. I really did not like Figma to start with, because it was heavy on memory when they first of all released, before they started doing like lots of optimizations to make it run fast. But it was very, very heavy. It was always hogging lots of memory, but it wasn't as feature rich. And I was a diehard Sketch fan, But the thing that sold me on Figma back then was the collaborative feature, which I like to call multiplayer, where like more than 2 designers can actually work on the same project. I just loved it because it made sense. If I wanted to present a design to a client, we could both be on the same design, and he could be dropping comments and making comments, and I could be making those changes in real time. You understand? I didn't have that same luxury with Sketch or XD. And bear in mind, XD at that time had not even dreamt of collaborative, implementing, their collaborative features. The data involved, no. No. It wasn't really, it didn't really hog data. The problems that Figma had back then was that it was very terrible at managing your system's memory. It was very terrible at managing your system memory, and then it had lots of syncing issues. So if 2 or 3 people are working on the same file, and my version of like my file hasn't been updated and yours has been updated, the more recent updates will roll back to me. and that was a bad idea. But you know, they've reworked everything. They made it look, you know, seamless. They made everything look seamless and awesome, basically. So right now, Figma is a lot easier to use. It's a lot lighter. It's a lot less problematic. It still has its small bugs here and there, but it still has its small bugs. But I think it's things that you can either overlook or just forgive. And with the added benefit that Figma rolls out updates every Friday. They roll out updates every Friday, and it's most of those updates are probably not like big updates. They are probably just like, you know, back-end optimizations to make sure that Figma runs a lot smoothly. And if you were at the last Figma conference, which I think that was probably last week or 2 weeks ago, I think that was like last week or 2 weeks ago, they released like a bunch of features that is going to excite everyone. I didn't really like document them, but what I saw was very, very impressive. Fourthly, Figma is portable. What does that mean? It means that instead of sharing screens, like static screens with your clients or with your employer or with your team, you only just need to share the link. You know, it's like sharing a Dropbox link. You just need to share the link, and as soon as you're done sharing the link, they just go there, and by the time they click the link, they're able to go. It opens a browser for them, and they're able to see the design, and they're able to make comments. And even while they're making comments, you can update the design in real time. So yeah, so I think that we've basically covered what Figma is. Figma is a vector. Figma is originally a vector design software, and yeah, I'm a sworn fan. I love Figma. I love Figma. It doesn't mean I have any like hatred for like XD or Sketch. You know, I think those are the more popular ones. But these days, I am most likely going to, in fact, I will default to Figma because Figma is a lot more accessible. All right, so let's move ahead. So what Figma isn't? Figma is not Photoshop. And let me talk a bit about that. Now, many years before, you know, before Sketch came about, before Adobe XD came about, people were designing websites. People were designing websites with Photoshop. And I have to tell you, as someone who did that, it was horrible. It was a nightmare. And the reason why it was because a lot of people were quick to forget that Photoshop was never a product design tool. Photoshop was never meant to design websites. We just repurposed it for that nature. You know, we did something that the makers of Photoshop didn't know could be done, but we figured out a way to do it, and we did it like that anyway. And that was creating websites, but it was always problematic. Photoshop by default is slow, you know, so unless you have like a really fast system. And I think when I started designing websites, I was using, I believe it must have been Photoshop 7. Must have been Photoshop 7. That's when I actually started using Photoshop design website. I've been using Photoshop since Photoshop 6. Yeah. Then so from 7 to 8. So Photoshop 6 is, in my opinion, is probably like the best Photoshop around. Then it's like 6, 7, then CS3. I think that was like the last sensible Photoshop before then after they like throwing features, and it suddenly became slower and a lot more annoying to use, you know. And another thing with Photoshop is like you can't really prototype with Photoshop. You can't prototype with Photoshop. So it's just static screens upon static screens upon static screens upon static screens, and there is no you don't get a sense of flow when you are showing clients, Photoshop screens. And so the design, the ideology behind design changed very rapidly, and Photoshop couldn't keep up. Photoshop as a tool couldn't keep up. So that was why Adobe went ahead and created XD. And that's how we came up with XD. All right, so let's get started. Let's diving into the meat of things. So first things first, if you don't have an account, or if you don't have an account in Figma, if you don't have a Figma, if you don't have a Figma account, I think this would be a perfect time for you to actually create one. So let me just walk you through how to create an account with Figma. All right, so first things first, let me just create a private window. Hide floating controls. And let me go to figma.com. So we're all at the Figma website. So we want to create an account. So we click on sign up and we enter the email we want to use to create our Figma account. In this case, I want to enter, say, what email am I not using? i.leslie@teamapt.com. My password would be something to the effect of this. So let me type it properly. And it's going to ask me like a bunch of questions. I'll just say, Leslie, what kind of work do I do? Mostly into design. I agree to. Do I want to join the mailing list? Not really. No, I don't care much for it. And then instantly, so we'll wait for it to load. Waiting. And yes, welcome to Figma. So let's give our project a name. Can someone like suggest a name for us? What do you want to call this fine, gorgeous looking board? Okay, let's see. Nigeria at 60. There is Tenet. Tenet is not a bad name though. It's just sad I haven't seen the movie yet. I really want to. Overlays. Let's see. Overlays. No, I'm not calling it Leslie's Children Day. It's not even going to happen. Jesus. All right. So after that, they're going to ask you to choose a plan for your team, because we are not exactly doing anything major. We're just going to go with the starter pack. And we're all set. Show me around. Well, I'm going to actually show you guys around, so we don't need to do that. So yeah, this is Figma in its entirety. Derek, can you stop, please? This is Figma in its entirety. So Now you'll notice. So let's take a look at how Figma, the software is actually laid out. You see that it's nicely designed, and it's you can literally just see that it's rectangles. One rectangle here, one bar here, a sidebar by the left, the middle, and then another sidebar by the right. All these things actually have names, right? So here, this is the toolbar. And the toolbar, Ovalay on, come on, no. Of course it's empty, Shegun. We haven't created anything yet. Now, this is our, this is the toolbar. Now, the toolbar basically contains most of the tools that we actually need to create things in Figma. This is the move tool, which allows us to move objects that we create while we design. This is the frame. Now, frames help us create, frames. Wow, Jesus. That was so profound the way I said it. Frames help us create frames. Frames, this helps us to create frames by which we actually use to put our designs. Here is where our shapes are kept. So here we have our rectangle, our line tool, arrows, ellipse, which is the circle tool, polygons, the stars, and an option for us to actually import images. Now, if you're using the default Figma installer on your machine, I think there's, I don't know whether, I'm not sure if displace images is an option there, but I think it's going to render differently. Also, this hamburger menu you see here won't be there if you're using your default, if you're using Figma locally on your own system instead of from the browser. So those are the two minor differences. But other than that, we're mostly good to go. So we've covered our shapes. Then Figma also has the pen and the pencil tool that allows us to, create complex shapes that are not normally formed using our more primitive tools. So these are primitive tools, yeah, tools that you can, your rectangle, your circle, your lines, your arrows. I think we probably want to increase the size of this arrow. So I'll probably just increase this. Your arrows, your stars, and then, if you want to actually import an image, you can actually click here and then you can import an image. Yeah, Babs, exactly. So frames are basically to Figma what artboards are to Adobe XD and Sketch. Yeah, James, yeah, the Mac version is a bit different. But like I said, the experience is mostly the same. Yes, Figma is quite good for making illustrations. However, I don't think we'll be covering like really complex illustrations in this, in this class. All right. So now you notice that as I was creating these different things, you notice that things were happening here on the left. Now this is the layers panel, or is essentially the layers panel. And you see here, it has, some tabs, which are layers, assets, and then pages. I'll talk about them one by one. So the layers is where the layers panel basically collects all the objects that we've created. Every single thing we've created, it documents it here in the layers panel. Now, so let me just quickly give some of these objects some color so you can see what I am talking about. So on the canvas, which is this center place that we're currently working on the canvas, we have a variety of objects, but here we have the red circle and the blue rectangle, right? Now, as you can all see, the red circle is just in front of the blue rectangle. If we want to move the blue rectangle in front of the red circle, we can come to the layers panel and then just simply move the red circle behind the blue rectangle. And there you have it. The blue rectangle is in front now, right? Did everyone get that? Hello? Wow, Jesus, I really need to remember that this is actually a live stream and it's one way, so so I just want to make sure that everyone actually got this. So let me do it again. If you want to bring this to the front, we go to the red circle and move it behind or beneath the blue rectangle. Exactly, just like in Photoshop. And you can basically like have the same, you can have the same thing happen here. So if I wanted to put this here in front, let me change the color so it looks like really nice and snazzy. I could then come to this, bring this circle. So this, this star. So this star is in front of is on top of everything. Is on top of everything. Now, if you wanted to change the, layer arrangement, you could just bring it direct, to the bottom. And so it's behind everything. It's even behind the red circle. Now, assets, you don't really need to deal with assets just yet. Assets come in handy when you're dealing with when you're creating design systems, when you're dealing with components. And right now, you really don't need to stress about it right now. Pages, yeah. Pages help you manage your designs a lot more effectively, especially if you have lots of designs and you just want to showcase certain aspects or certain features of a design. Or even, let's say you even have, let's say this board belongs to a certain project and that project has maybe like three different things that you're currently working on. Say, for example, you're working on a website, you're working on a mobile app, and you're working on a web app. So instead of having everything on the same board, on the same page, what you can do is you can create different pages for them. So you can have a page for the website, you can have the page for the mobile app, and you can have a page for the web app. Creating a page is very simple. Creating a page is very simple. All you just need to do is click on this plus right here. It tells you add a new page. You click on the plus, it asks you to create, and it asks you to name your new page. So let's just call this baseline. And then we can do whatever it is we want to do here. Now, upon the creating of this new page, we can also access our old page, which is page one, just by going back and clicking on page one. It's as simple as that. A really, really fancy, nifty thing that Figma does is that you can move stuff between pages. You can move like your designs, things that you design between pages. So you can copy from this page. You can, let's say I'm copying the star, the red circle, the blue rectangle, and this downward facing arrow. You can just copy it, bring it to go to baseline, and then paste it here. Very simple and very straightforward. However, there's even a nicer way to do it. You can select all the objects you want to move and just right click. You'll see an option here called move to page. And then it then shows you the available pages that are there. In this case, we only have one other page called baseline. So by the time we click on it, it takes this entire, everything we've selected and moves it straight to baseline. All right, so before I continue, like if you're doing this as I'm doing this, if you're working as I'm working, you can feel free to actually share your Figma links in the chats. I'll be checking them out and I'll be showcasing them so that we can ensure that we're working together and we're on the same page. Okay. So you can just feel free to share your Figma projects or your Figma links. If you don't know how to share, let me show you how to share. It's very, very simple. You just come to this big blue share button at the top here, top right on your toolbar. You click the share and then you see this, you're presented with this dialog box. At the bottom left, you see a link there called copy link. You copy this link and then you can then paste it in the chat room. In this case, so let me just go straight to YouTube. Let me go straight to YouTube. And then I will paste it just like this. Control V, and it's done. So let me shift away from this, get back to task. And then, oh, don't add the audio, please. Thank you. All right. So now that we've spoken about the left, the layers bar, or the layers manager, and we talked about pages. So let's come to the middle and talk about the canvas. So the canvas is almost limitless, right? It is big. It is like you can do so many things here, right? This is where all your designing is going to be happening. Okay, this is where all of your designing is going to be happening. All your design objects are going to be placed here. Your frames are going to be placed here. Your design elements are going to be placed here. This is where everything is going to happen, gets placed. Shegun, what's your question? Chinyere, I'm coming. Just 1 minute, please. Shegun, what's your question? While Shegun is actually about to tell us what his question is, Chinyere, so what you can do is you select the objects, yeah? After selecting the objects, you press Control C. If you're using a Mac, you use Command C. Then you go to the next page or the page that you want to go, that you want to paste it, and then you hit Command V or Control V if you're using the Windows. Just like this. Vix Professional, if you just scroll up a bit, I just pasted the link to my file, unless you're asking for another link. All right, so let's move on quickly. Tumbosu Tobiloba is asking, what is the best use for Figma? Is it a mouse or a tablet? To be honest, so I've used Figma with a mouse. I've used Figma with a tablet. I enjoyed using Figma with a tablet. I enjoyed using Figma with a tablet. I won't lie. I actually enjoyed using Figma with a tablet. But right now I just use a what's it called? I just use a trackpad for my Mac, and to me it's just as convenient. So yeah, that's that about that. Okay. Ah, my Oga, effect. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to suspend this live stream to greet this special man of temerity, of timber and caliber, the great and mighty Ifeluwa Shupeju. Thank you very much for joining our stream. We are mostly honored. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Oh, yeah, my apologies. So let me fix that. Afolabi are they doing, so let me fix that. So what I can do is, let me fix that very quickly. Anyone with the link can view. So yeah, you can try now. You should be able to. Hajara, so how did I thicken the arrow? So to make the arrow thick or thin, just look at your screen. If you look at your screen, by the right, you see the stroke. So I can make it thicker by increasing the stroke or by decreasing the stroke. That's how, that's how I made it thicker or thinner. But like, just exercise patience, I'll get to that shortly. Now, on the, so on the right side, we have two, on the right side, you will notice it has like 3 tabs, which is the design tab, the prototype tab, and the inspect tab. And I'll be talking about them very, very briefly. The design tab basically shows us each object's properties. So whenever we select an object, it shows us the properties and the things that we can actually do to that object. So take, for example, when we select this blue rectangle here, right? It shows us where it is located on the X and Y axis. It shows us its width and height, in which case it is 146 pixels by 164 pixels wide by 146 pixels long. And then it shows us its angle of rotation. In this case, right now it's at 0%. And then it's rounded, its corner radius. Corner radius is basically how rounded its edges are. So since it's 0, it means that the edges are very, very sharp. So I'll come to that later. Then it shows us, on the same page, it also shows us its the layer properties, how it actually functions in the layer. It shows us the blend mode, and there are lots of blend modes that you can play with. If you're familiar with Photoshop, this will be, if you use Photoshop a lot, this will be very, very familiar to you. It has a place where you can determine the opacity of your object. So you can increase or decrease the opacity. So right now what I'm doing is I'm decreasing the opacity of the object and increasing it back. And then you can hide the object. Absolutely. So once I click on this eye, it hides the object totally from view. Next, beneath it, is the fill section of the design of the properties bar. Here allows me to change the colors. So if I wanted to go with a green instead, I can always change it to green. And then I can also change the fill opacity. Now, there's a difference. There's something I want you guys to actually understand. There's a difference between the layer opacity and a fill opacity. And I'll show it to you very shortly. So now, after the fill, we also have, what's it called? We also have, you can hide the fill, that's the fill color. And then you can also remove the color from the object. Beneath it is the stroke. So this stroke basically allows us to give outlines to our objects. Now, beneath it, you can change the color of the stroke. The default stroke is usually black, but you can change it to something else. Let's say we're giving it like a, let's say a blue, for example. I'm just throwing colors at this point. So let's just say a blue. And then we can also determine the opacity of that blue by scrubbing here, or by doing it here. just press your down arrow to get to the opacity you're looking for. You can also make it, you can also make the stroke invisible, and you can remove it entirely if you want. Also, oh, James, oh, Jesus, James, there are lots of other options. It's not just pass through. It's not just pass through. All right, so you can also increase the thickness of the outlines or the stroke. So you can increase it in the thickness. So let's say I wanted the thickness of say 10. So you'll notice that the thickness has been increased. And that's why we can say it is extra thick. So you can see that, you know, our shape now is extra thick. God, how am I making these jokes? All right, so now, besides the stroke thickness here, you will notice something here where it says inside. Now, what this means is this lets you determine where you want to place the stroke. Do you want to place the stroke inside of the object, outside of the object, or in the middle, right? And I'm going to explain to you right now in a moment. So right now it's inside. If I disable it, you'll see this is the actual width of the rectangle. But if I enable the stroke back, you'll notice that the green has reduced and parts of it has been replaced with the stroke. So it's kind of like it grows inside. It grows inside. However, if we flipped it, yes. So if we flipped it and changed it from inside to outside, you'll notice now that instead of growing inside, the stroke is growing outside, right? The stroke is growing outside. And also now, if we then decided that we don't want it to be outside or inside, we just want it to hang in the middle. So it's going to grow both inside and outside, but not at the same rate. So we just click on here, center. And let's give it some extra thickness. Yeah. All right. So stroke has some additional properties here. So you have the cap, you have the type of cap, and that usually happens. This is usually applicable when you're dealing with like open-ended with lines, yeah, with closed paths, like boxes or circles or whatnot. With closed parts and like boxes and circles and whatnot, most of these things don't usually apply. So this join lets you determine how the edges are going to appear. In this case, by default, it's this. It's like a straight edge. However, you can determine to make it a bevel. So you notice that, you know, the edges now look shaved off, or you can make it round edge. All right, you can make it a round edge. Oh yeah, I'm still going to explore more things. I'm still going to explore more things about the round edge. I mean, about the hamburger menu. I mean, sorry, I need to take this call. Hello, Eddie. Okay, I actually doing in the middle of something. All right. Okay, so now if we wanted to do some other like really interesting things, how did I get to the edges? Yes, from the strokes actually. So if to get to these edges, to get to these effects that I actually created, so you see there's this three dots just by the side here, just beside this center that I made. I click on it and then this pops out, all right? And then I can then determine whether it's a meter edge or it's a bevel edge or it's a rounded edge, right? Now also, we can also have some fun with the stroke by creating dashes. So the easiest way to actually do that instead of like doing it manually is by just setting the numbers. So there are just two numbers you need to know. One of them is the dash width, yeah, and then the other is the gap between each dash. So in let's say I do 5,5. See what happens. Let me take this two away so you can have a better appreciation of what's going on, right? So as you can see, the width of this dash is 5 pixels, and the gap between each dash, you know, is also 5 pixels. And I can change that. Let's say I made each width 15 pixels, yeah? So you also notice that this block or this dash is 15 pixels big, but the gap between each dash is just 5 pixels. So you can really like play with this to have some really, really interesting effects if you wanted to. Also, if you want to like zoom in, if you're using a trackpad, all you just need to do is just perform like a pinch. You know, it's like a pinching. You zoom out to zoom in. Just this gesture, basically. So that's how I'm using to zoom in and zoom out, basically. Okay, so what else can we talk about? We directly beneath that we have our effects panel. Now, Figma allows us to have, to add certain effects to objects. The effects are obviously limited, but you can be creative and you can do some very interesting stuff with it. For now, the effects you can add are drop shadow, inner shadow, layer blur, and background blur. And I'm going to be talking about them very, very shortly. So first things first, let me remove, let me remove, make this one invisible. Did anyone notice that when I disabled the color of this guy, see what happened? It's almost like it's a frame, it's almost like a picture frame. So you can put things inside. So let me just put it back. Now, so the thing that I said I wanted to talk about, regarding the differences between fill, stroke, and then the layer opacity is that I can change the layer, the fill opacity without affecting the stroke. Let me disable the shadow. I can change the fill opacity without affecting the stroke. Yeah. And I can change the layer the stroke opacity without affecting the fill. However, this opacity, the layer opacity, affects everything. Do you understand? It affects everything. So let's quickly move on. Let's quickly move on. So you can apply a drop shadow, and by the time you've applied the drop shadow, you see this. It looks like it's like a sun with things around it. It's called the effect setting. So by the time you click on it, oh, okay. So let me recreate that for you. That's okay. Let me recreate that for you. So this is our object. I've included a stroke. I've increased the size of that stroke. Yeah. Then I clicked on this more. Then inside this more, I just created, I just put in these following numbers, 5,5. Now, remember, those two numbers are vital. Those two numbers are vital because one determines the width of a singular dash, and the other number, the second number, determines the spacing between two individual dashes. So if I press enter, I get this. Okay. So, so I think you can just like have some fun and play with the edges, and you get like some really, really interesting effects. Yeah. Okay. So, I think that is that about that. So let's continue. Now, we've spoken about drop shadow, yeah? So by the time you click on these effect settings, it lets you determine, if you're familiar with Photoshop, this will look familiar. It lets you determine, the direction of the blur using X and Y axis. It lets you determine the intensity of the blur, yeah? And then it lets you determine the spread of the blur effect. So in this case, let's say I'm just putting like a spread of like 0. I don't want to do too much. I'll increase the blur to like say 10, I believe. And then I will just drop the drop shadow by, I'll push the drop shadow down by increasing the Y axis. And if I wanted to have like an angled look, I'll just increase the X axis, either positive or negative X. So as you can see, it looks like it's casting a shadow on the canvas. So let's take a look at some of the other effects that we have here. Take a look at some of the other effects we have here. So I want to create an effect, and then instead of drop shadow, I want to do like inner shadow. Now, inner shadow is different from drop shadow in the sense that whilst inner shadow is yes, Afolabi, most of the units are in pixels. I think you should be able to change. I'm not sure though, but I think you might be able to change from pixels to, no, is it possible? Not that I've seen happen. I haven't seen anyone who's been able to do that. No. No, it's all pixels. It's all pixels. So like I was saying, while drop shadow happens outside of the object, yeah, inner shadows happen inside the object, right? Inner shadows happen inside of the object. So, so just like with drop shadows, you know, you can increase the blur, you can increase the spread, you can increase the opacity, you know, you can increase the opacity, and you can probably just increase the Y and X axis. And you can actually use it to do some really interesting things. Like, for example, if I wanted to create like a ball, like a 3D-ish looking ball, all I just needed to do was say, you know, play with the inner shadow enough. And I have this. Now, something I forgot to mention, you can stack effects on top of each other, right? So that means a single object on your screen can have about 3, 4, 5, 6 effects, all working at the same time. So that means that if I can apply like 2 inner shadows to this circle. So let me do just that. I create this and I apply another inner shadow, but this time around, instead of, okay, no, I'll blur this so that it looks a bit credible. Then I'll create another inner shadow, and instead of black, I'll make it white. Probably make it white, I guess. Yeah, I'll make it white because it has to be an inner shadow. And then I will increase the blur, also increase the opacity. I want to increase the opacity a bit. I'll probably drop this a little bit this way. And also increase the blur. And I don't want it too much. So what I can do is I'll just drop this. I think it should be possible for me to move. Oh no, it's not. Huh. But anyways, you can actually apply like multiple effects to, you can apply multiple effects to an object in Figma. You can even add a drop shadow to this guy, which I've already done. So I'll just do this. And there you have it. Ah, yes, it does look like the Sterling Bank logo. You're right. It does look like the Sterling Bank logo. I know it's not even like a flattering, it's not even like a flattering, it's not even a flattering resemblance. It's just like really ugly. Make it white. So yeah, that's a Sterling Bank logo in a sense. Okay, so now to what I actually wanted to even describe to you. So let me remove remove all of these. The next one I wanted to describe was the layer blur. Now the layer blur is basically like you know, your typical Photoshop blur, right? You can determine the strength of your blur, how strong your blur is. At the moment you apply it, you notice that it no longer looks focused like this. It now looks very, very blurry. And you can, like I said, you can determine the strength of your blur by increasing the size of this blur. So as you notice, as I'm increasing the size, it's becoming a lot more blurry. And when I decrease it back to 0, it looks more, you know, defined. Yeah, I know. I actually thought that. Yeah, I know, Manuel. I know that you can actually move effects. I don't know why it's not working for me, but I'll probably give it another try. Let me see. It should be able to move effects. Oh, see, it's not working. No, it's not working for me though. Aha, yes, there it is. You can move effects. You're right. Thank you very much. Okay, now, so the last effect I'm going to show you is the Ugh, let me shrink our videos very high. So the last effect I'm going to show you guys is the background blur effect. Now the background blur effect only works in certain conditions. First of all, the object what the background blur is that it uses the object in front, that you're applying the blur on, the background blur to, and everything behind that object is going to be blurred. And first thing, in order for you to actually have that effect work, you have to reduce the opacity of the fill. Now watch this. Can you see the screen? So now let me increase this so that you can notice the difference, right? Now, without the background blur, gosh damn it. Without the background blur, yeah, you will notice that the star behind is very clear. You can see, you can see all the edges. But the moment I activate the background blur, you notice that, I mean, on the outside here, everything seems fine. But where the circle covers, it looks blurry. It looks crusted. Yeah, like crusted glass. So that is, the background blur effect. All right. So let's quickly move on to other stuff, because there's really no time and I do not want you guys to get bored. All right. So we've created an account. We've downloaded and opened Figma on our browser. We've explored layout features. We haven't created our first frame though. So let's quickly do that. So how do we create frames? We create frames by selecting our frame tool. Now, the moment you select your frame tool here, you'll see a lot of options. And these options here are usually like screen size presets. So you can decide to actually create a phone frame or a tablet frame or a desktop frame. We're going to go with a desktop frame. Usually I like using what's it called, the MacBook Pro frame, which is 1440 by 900. And there you have it. We've created our first frame. Now, like I said, everything that you're going to design has to happen inside this frame. Otherwise, it's just going to be meaningless in this canvas, right? But the frame gives it solidity, meaning. Right? The frame gives it solidity and meaning. Alabia, then with me, don't worry. You don't need to worry about yourself about deciding back logo. Don't worry. It's not really, it's just applying several effects on a single object. That's all. So let's say I wanted to apply an object now. You're looking for shortcut keys, James. Learn the tool first, then we'll talk about shortcut keys. Oh yes, Noel. So it depends on what you're trying to do. So some people use Figma to actually do social media posts because it's lighter and it's easily accessible. So the frame size that you want to use is dependent on what you want to use, what you're designing for. For example, now if I were to be designing for a website, this is the frame size I would use: 1440 by 900. Right? They are from screens that are probably smaller than this. If I wanted to go for a mobile screen, and being that I design for Android most of the time instead of iOS, so what I do is I would design using 360 by 640, and that is, I just click the frame tool, go to phone, and then scroll down here to Android and click it. And there you have it. 360 by 640. So for web design, what, like I said, for web design, what I use is, 1440 by 900. And I believe that that is the size for most of the screens that I have come across and designed for, that people actually use. Thanks to, responsive web design, it's possible for you to actually design for like smaller screens. So what I do sometimes is I design for the main desktop view, which is 1440 by 900, and I then design for mobile. And then sometimes I design for tablets, or I just let the developer figure. I just leave it for the framework that I'm going to use, either Bootstrap or whatever, to figure out the in betweens. Chigozie, what background breakdown? As a what background owner, I didn't quite get you. Oh yes, you can also design for tablet screen. For tablet screens, I think the sizes are also there. So you just come and you pick the tablet screen that you want. Surface Pro, iPad Pro. So for most of the time, I just go with iPad Mini, because that's usually what is consistent with most regular tablet screen sizes out there. But most people kind of tend to omit designing for tablets, because whoever it is that is going to design access your site, chances are he's either holding a phone or on his laptop. Hardly ever do you see them on your tablet. And there's data to support, there's data to support those decisions. All right, so let's add a shape, very simple shape. So let's just add like a circle to it. Now, the moment you create the moment you create a frame, if we look at your layers panel by the left, you see the name of the frame here, MacBook Pro 1, and underneath it, you see the shape you just created, ellipse 1. So let's just call this shape Kabir's cup of tea, and let's just call this frame homepage. Oh yes, the background blur effect. Okay, I just described it now. Background blur effect is, it's clearly something that is, it's an effect on its own, yeah. But like I said, it only works if you reduce the opacity of your fill just a bit. So if I were to apply this and increase this, yeah, increase the opacity, increase the strength of the blur, you notice that. So let me even give this like a bit of a different color. I think maybe green might be a more effective color. Let's say this is going to be like yellow, for example. But I think this is good. So you can see that by default, yeah, by themselves, these are two solid colors. They're not blurry, yeah. But because this green circle has the background blur effect applied to it, everything that is beneath this green circle is going to be blurry. So no matter what I add, even if I add this star up here, it's on top of it, so it's not being affected by the blur. But the moment I take it beneath the circle, you'll notice, yeah, if you look at it, you'll notice that it is being affected by the blur. Let me change the color so you can see clearly. Yeah, you notice that it is being affected by the blur. So that's how the background blur actually works. So we've added colors. We've added objects to our frame. We've created our first frame. We're giving it a name. We've learned how to name our objects, right? in which case I just call this Cadbury's cup of tea. And then, so let's talk about plugins. So in the context of Figma, yeah, plugins are basically, plugins are things that help you make your work faster. Now, usually when I teach Figma, or when I'm teaching students how to use Figma, I deliberately omit plugins. And the reason for that is I like for people to actually learn, to be familiar with the software, to learn the nitty-gritty before opting to use, the easier bits of it. And having an over-reliance on plugins at such an early stage, I've seen to not really help with the learning process. People just like, they see it as a substitute for the real thing. So it's a lot difficult for them to actually comprehend the real thing. However, I will show you how to, I'll show you how to actually use some of the plugins in Figma. To access plugins, I think you come to your menu and plugins, then manage plugins. It will pop up in a new screen. Yes, this course will be available for rewatch, but not for long, because I'll be taking down this video after a week, I think. Yeah, after a week. And I'll put it behind a paywall. Yes, Alabi, it is 1440 by 900. So as you can see in the plugins, oh yes, you can use Figma to design for print, but Figma has very limited print capabilities. You can't really do things like color separation and whatnot, but you can design, it has limited print capabilities though. All right, so so like I said, by the time you check out the plugin, you can see all the plugins that you've installed. In this case, you haven't installed any plugins. There are no plugins in development, and you haven't published any plugins. So if you want to get plugins, you go to community instead. Yeah, go to community, and then you can then search for any number of things. So let's say I want to search for, say Unsplash, for example. So you see like a variety of like Unsplash files, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the plugin itself. So we have Unsplash plugin, and then we click on this install, and it helps us to install it. So what if I wanted to install like, something from OnDraw? Well, it does seem like there is no OnDraw plugin or file out here, so we'll just have to ignore that for now. All right, so we've covered everything from creating an account, opening our Figma in the browser, exploring the layout of Figma, creating our first frame, and adding some stuff to it, and then we spoke about about plugins. So let's quickly move forward. Now, let's talk about shapes. Yeah. As we've seen in Figma, we have a variety of shapes. We have a variety of primitive shapes. We have our squares, we have our circles, and we have our triangles, right? And we can combine these shapes to give us any number of complex shapes, right? Hi, Raji Sakrudin. Raji Sakrudin, there's actually an Android frame, but it's just one. It's a stock Android frame. Boluwatife, I will get to that. I'll show you that. I'll show you how to actually activate your rulers when we actually start designing. We're still in the rudimentary parts. So I want for everyone to get it. before before we start going to more advanced parts. So I want you guys to like be a little patient. Yes. Boluwatife Akinlabi, can we use 1440 by 1140 for web? Yes. So 1440 has to do with the width. The length of the page does not matter as long as it can fit into a web browser. Yeah. So we've created, creating shapes in Figma is really, it's pretty straightforward stuff, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. And you can do a number of things. You can increase the size of its shape by selecting it and then clicking on any of these nodes, any of the 4 nodes that are holding that. I think they're called container nodes. So it allows you to scale. So how am I scaling? I'm holding my shift to actually scale uniformly. If I'm not holding shift, you notice that, the scaling is very, very, haphazard. But the moment I hold my shift, it scales uniformly. If I want to scale from the center, I can hold my shift and my alt, and then it scales from the middle uniformly from the center. Pretty much like what you find in Photoshop. So if you also wanted to rotate, we can also rotate here. Just by picking, go to the side of the node, and then you would see that if there's a way you can place it, you see that instead of looking like it's about to stretch or scale, it changes shape to something a little more curved, as you can see. So that will let you change and rotate the orientation of the object that you're rotating. Also, if you don't want to do that, you can come here and, this is ratio, which is different. You can come here to the rotation and, manually impute how you want it to rotate. So you can put like 45 degrees. You can put like 180 degrees. You can put like 30 degrees. You can put like, 10 degrees if you want. So it all boils down to you. Boluwatife. Are there needs for rulers if we are using a grid system? We have not gotten this. Calm down, man. Calm down. When we get there, you can ask these questions. But there are people on this there who are watching right now who are trying to learn. I don't want for them to get confused, okay? So just be, calm down. All right. So I have shown you how to rotate. I've shown you how to scale and reduce your objects. So what is now left is to now figure out how to combine our objects to create complex objects, right? Oh, I think have I spoken about rounded edges? So if you want to create, if you want your objects to have rounded edges, yeah, by the time you select them, you'll notice these 4 dots that are directly underneath the edges. So all you just need to do is just click on one, select one. Babs, you are granted the power to become class captain. I grant you that power, J Babs. So like I said, so you can just click on this node, on the nodes directly beneath the edges, yeah, and then you just drag. So that helps you to create rounded corners. Or you can go to the inspector panel here, and right about here, corner radius, you'll be able to change the radius. So let's just give this 8. So as you can see, it now looks rounded. Right. So what we want to do now is we want to create complex objects, right? And to create complex objects, we need to learn how to use things like, what's it called? Things called Boolean operations. Now in Figma, there's clearly no, like if I wanted to make an arrow, yeah, like an arrow, I'll probably have to do this. But Figma will still see it as two shapes instead of one shape. Now I could group it if I wanted to by selecting both shapes, right clicking, and then group selection. But that's not what I'm looking for. Mo, I'll get to that. Just 1 minute. Let me just finish what I'm doing. I'll get to that, I promise. So as it is right now, it's a group, right? But it's still basically two objects. I want it to behave like one single object because as a group, I can have like, this can hold like two different colors. But what I want is for these two to behave as one singular object. So what I can do is I can select these two objects. I can come to the top here called Boolean groups and then perform a Boolean operation. Now there are 4 Boolean operations, and I'm going to show you how those 4 Boolean operations work, right? Now, for the first Boolean operation is called union selection. Now, union selection combines these two into one single group. So let me just select it so you can see. So as you can see now, it's one. And also, if you look at your layers panel, you can see that it's now behaving like as a single group. Although you can still interact with the individual parts, but Figma now treats it as a single group, meaning that even if you change the colors of any of these ones in here, it's not going to affect, the whole at the end of the day. Now, so let me undo this so that, we could try the remaining 3 Boolean operations. Yeah, CXT is kind of like CorelDRAW. It's kind of like CorelDRAW. Now, the next Boolean operation is the subtract selection. Now, when you do the subtract, you'll notice that in this case, our box looks shorter and the triangle has disappeared. Why is this so? It's because the triangle is on top and the box is beneath. Now, if we were to put the box on top, you'll see that it now behaves like as if the box has cut into the triangle. The box has clearly disappeared, right? The box has clearly disappeared. So that is the subtract Boolean operation. Another Boolean operation we have here is the intersect. Now, the intersect Boolean operation will take the in-between of those two objects and delete what is left. It's like the, it's not the union. Yeah, it's the intersection. So let me undo that now. Now you notice that as I've selected these two objects here, you can see the outlines. This is a triangle. This is the rectangle, but this is the section. This is the area where they overlap, right? So the intersection Boolean operation basically just takes the overlapping points and then deletes the rest. On the contrary, the exclude selection deletes the overlapping section and maintains the rest. And let me show you how that works. As you can see, like the overlapping section is gone, but every other area that is not overlapping, is maintained. Okay, so let me. Uh, oh, so it doesn't delete in the real sense of it. Yeah, how do you get the Boolean operations? So to get Boolean operations, you have to first of all select two objects. Yeah, let's just say these two objects here. Select these two objects. Now, by the time you select the two objects, if you look at the top middle, you see you see it. You get to see it right beside user's mask. And we'll talk about masking later. Yeah, but right beside it, it looks like two boxes, like coming together, that kind of thing. So yeah. All right. So let me make some like really irresponsible tweets. Alan Virtuoso says I look like today's bread. That's not even fair. I can't someone say I look like today's bread. Is that even fair? Is that even remotely fair? That's okay. So let me just let me help this guy. Sorry, I delayed. Oh no, for some strange reason, the sun. I don't know. I'm not really looking at the sun. It's shining on my head. Yeah, but I'm not really looking at it, and it's not really like disturbing my screen. Okay, yeah. So so to answer your question, once on Figma page, can one still can one still continue designing if there is a network issue or the data is turned off? Yes, you can, but that Figma page has to be open, has to always be open. Now, Figma were intelligent enough to allow you to save your design locally as a Fig file. You understand? So you can just continue designing, but as long as that page is open, continue designing. As soon as you're done designing, it's either you connect back to the internet so that it can sync to the cloud, then you connect back to the internet so you can sync to the cloud, or you save that file locally. Uche Ugo in the house. Woo! Thank you, Uche Ugo, for joining us. I'm just using this one to just take a small break. Yes, you can actually, that means you can save locally. Yeah, just give me a minute. Let me just, paste it here. S, and then, yeah. But why though? Why? Sure. Okay, so I think that should sort that out. Okay, so let's get back to it then. All right, so I've walked you guys through the, each Boolean operation here, and this will help us to create very complex shapes. So I want you guys to like take, just if you can share your links with me, try and create like, create like 2 or 3 complex shapes. Then share with us here so I can see, or so that we can all see. Okay. It's just disturbing that I can't set this thing up like this. Should be able to go. Why I can't, but I should be able to. Yeah, good, perfect. Solves my problems. Okay. Are we still working on ours? All right, so let me just continue. So we've created, we've created our shapes. We've combined shapes to actually create new shapes. So we're going to, walk around with the pen tool a bit. Now, the pen tool is really interesting and it requires a bit of patience to actually get right. But in totality, this is the pen tool. So you pick the pen tool from the toolbar, yeah, and then you can use it to create points. So I create a point here, create another point here, create another point here, and then return to my originating points to cover it. And I've created an irregular triangle. Now you notice that strange. Sorry. Hmm. Good. Now, like I was saying, now you notice that there is no fill. It's just the outline. So you can include a fill to your pen, to whatever it is that you create with your pen tool. by just very strange inside by just pressing this plus here, and it fills it up with a color, with a fill color. Now we can just disable our stroke, and all we have is our irregular, all we have is our irregular shape. We can even create like, more complex shapes if we want to. We can do something like this. Same approach, it's an irregular shape. Just give it a good solid fill and disable the stroke, and just click on done, and you can do whatever it is that you want to do with it. Some people have gone as far as creating, like digital paintings with Figma. I would love to do that if I have the time, to be honest, but I don't have the time. All right, so moving on. So let's create a mask. Now, what are masks? How do masks actually function? Now, the way masks behave is the purpose of a mask is to show you a part, is to show you parts of an object while keeping the rest of it hidden, right? So say, for example, I wanted to create a mask. Let's say I have this circle, for example. Yeah, I have the circle, and then I have a rectangle, and let's say I draw my rectangle this way, and I line it, right? So in order for me to create a mask, the first thing I'm going to do is I'll have to select these two objects. They have to be, they have to be on top of each other, and there's a reason for that. I can select the object beneath the rectangle, and that's the circle, yeah. I'll right-click it, and then I'll use as mask. Now, you'll notice that our circle has disappeared, yeah, and parts of our rectangle has disappeared, but only this section. Our rectangle is still there, but it's being hid by this circle. So it's almost as if this circle was used to cut out, was used to cut out a section of that rectangle. Do you understand? But now you'll notice that as soon as we implemented our mask, every other thing disappeared. That's because the mask is affecting everything that is above it in the layers hierarchy, in the layers manager. So if you come to the layer manager, you see that the mask is affecting everything, even things that it wasn't supposed to affect. So what we do to mitigate that is, since we are only interested in the rectangle, we select the rectangle, and we'll select the circular mask. We right-click, and then we create a group by, selecting this option, group selection, and voila. So our mask is still intact. Our objects are still safe, but every other thing that's on the canvas still remains and is still visible. So we can do this for like a variety of things if you want to. Say for example, if I wanted to create a mask out of let's say this is our circle. Yeah, this is a circle, very nice, fancy circle. And I wanted to create a mask out of this. Yeah. So all I just needed to do was select the circle and select the irregular shape. Now remember, it is the mask that is always going to be beneath, right? It's the mask that is always going to be beneath the thing that we are trying to mask, right? So we'll select these two, we'll right click, group selection. Remember, we are grouping selection. Let's remember we are grouping selection because we want the mask to only affect this circle, right? So by the time we select the regular shape, right click, and then use as mask. Now you notice that it's only this section that's showing, right? Let me try this now. Let me try. I think someone is saying here, please, I don't understand masking. Okay, let me try my best to break it down further. And I think the best way to actually do this is with an image. So let me just go to Google Images and get like a random image, yeah? Let's say, what random image can I use? Let's say $10. $10, let's say DJ copy. Go to images. Let's pick one of our fancier images. This looks nice. So I'll copy this image. I'll copy this image and then I'll go back to my Figma. Now I'll paste it here. Oh no, sorry. Now remember that's, yes, but intersecting works. Ayomide Emmanuel, you're saying that one can actually intersect. Yes, but intersecting works when you're dealing with vectors. Intersecting does not work when you're dealing with images. So that's why we have to mask. So say for example now, this is DJ Copy's image, right? It looks nice. She is nice. And I want to fit this image into a circle, right? I want to fit this image into a circle such that, you know, she's showing inside this circular frame, right? Right, good. Now, remember, the mask that we're going to use is only going to show everything inside this shape. Anything that is not covered by the boundaries of this shape, it will not show. You understand? In fact, anything that is not covered by this color, this gray color that I'm seeing here of this object, it wouldn't show. So if we put, you know, I mean, let's just say we put her here, clearly that's not going to work. So what we can do is we'll take this ellipse and we'll put it directly beneath the image, right? We'll select the ellipse and select the image, and then we'll group it. Group selection. Perfect. Now, we're also going to now select this ellipse, right click, and then use as mask. And voila. And that's how you mask. Very simple. Or at least very straightforward. So we can then decide to, you know, scale it and adjust it until it looks all nice. And that is it. Also, it doesn't matter if it's a circle or an irregular shape, because I could still do the same thing. And bring this out here. Take this out here. I could still do the same thing to this irregular shape. Okay, where's my irregular shape? Let me remove this. Let me remove mask. So I could still do this same thing. I'm on group. Bring this irregular shape here. Increase the size. Yeah. Bring the copy to the front. Group it. Group her. And then Let me just adjust whatever it is I'm going to do. Let me just adjust it accordingly, probably full screen it, and then create a mask, user's mask, and there you have it. She's a mask. It's not exactly the cropping tool. The cropping tool is different. The cropping tool is different, and I'll do my best to actually touch on that later. All right. So where are we? Okay. Abraham Maslow. A vector image and an ordinary image, they are two different things. I wanted to hold off on that explanation, but I think now that you've mentioned it, I might as well get to it now. The difference between a vector and a regular image is that in a vector, no matter how I zoom, yeah, it will always be smooth. And this allows me, it will always be smooth. This allows me to scale indefinitely. So I can scale this object and it will still look smooth and it will still look clean and crisp. However, I can't do the same thing with this image here, for example. Now, even by zooming, you can already see that, it's beginning to blur. It's beginning to lose definition, yeah? And if I zoom it, if I like really zoom it, you begin to see, yeah, that the image quality begins to reduce. It's no longer as fresh as it used to be. So that's the core difference between a vector and, a regular image. Also, to answer the question of why I group before creating a mask is because if I do not group, yeah, if I don't group, that mask is going to affect everything above it. Not just the object that you're trying to mask, every other thing you create above it. So you have to group. The grouping ensures that the mask only affects the objects you're trying to mask. Okay, so where are we? So I think I've effectively covered mask to a fair degree. Yay, Ademorin. All right, so let's talk about colors. What do we know about colors? Colors are, well, what do we really know about colors? For starters, yeah, if we have, I'm just going to like talk briefly on colors because colors is literally like it's in colors has the right to be a masterclass on its own. And I'm not sure anything I'm going to say here will adequately cover, what colors are, but I'll do my best to explain. One minute, please. Now, what? Sorry. Okay. So, how to apply colors in Figma? Yeah. Oh, geez, why is this thing shaking? Sorry. Don't shake, please. Don't shake. Thank you. So the easiest way to actually apply colors in Figma is to, you select the object, you go to the fill, and you just pick a color. There are a variety of colors that you can pick from, millions of them even. So let's just like implement the colors that we want to pick. Let's say this is RGB, that's red, green, and blue. Who's this person from? So we have our red, our green, and let me just put this blue. Simple, right? Now, we can, how we arrange colors, especially when it comes to visual design, is pretty much what determines, the how people actually approach whatever it is that we're designing. Um, think of color as a language. Yeah. Think of color as a language. Think of color as a way by which you want to communicate the ideas of the thing that you're trying to design, right? Oh, sorry. I know I'm actually feeling flustered here. I'm actually quite hungry. You understand? If you have too many colors in your design, it begins to look, very, very muddy and ugly and difficult to distinguish, right? Because too many things are happening in your eyes. So that's why when you're designing, you have to be very, very mindful of the colors that you use. You don't just, you don't just go gung ho and spray colors just because, willy-nilly for the sake of spraying colors here. Geez, sorry. Yeah. So I think that actually covers that. So I've just shown you how to actually apply colors. One way, I know I've noticed that a lot of people struggle when it comes to dealing with colors. So one way um I one way I generate my own colors, and one way I actually get colors to use for my projects is by visiting colors like sites like I think color no, not color profiling. It's color hunt. Color hunt is very, very useful. Yeah, color hunt is very, very useful. I love color hunt because I love color hunt because it just gives you like preset colors that you can work with that effectively communicate the things that you want to, that you can use to effectively communicate the things that you want to, communicate. So if I wanted to create like an app like that has to do with like, marine or deep blue sea or something like that, I can use colors like these. So it's color hunt, like long and short of it is color hunt helps you create really nice, fantastic palettes without you having to stress. But on your own, you need to have a deeper understanding of colors and color theory and what each colors actually means. So let me show you briefly. It's not a slide that is here. The slide I prepared for another course entirely. So let me just run you through some of the colors and some of their meanings so you can have like a fair idea of how to use colors to communicate, whatever it is that you're trying to do. Let me reload this frame. Yes, Emu, yes. I think it's called Cooler or Adobe Colors. Is it Cooler? It was one of the two though. I don't know whether they retired Cooler at the end of the day, but it was really, really nice. It was a nice fun project. Okay, so I think, yeah, colors right here. I think it's somewhere around here, right there. Good. So let me turn off my grid and switch this off. My student class. So, sorry, let me turn off my grid. I am not sure if you can see this, but here basically are the various color types when it comes to actually color psychology. So if you're using a color like black, you're trying to, black usually holds the meaning of luxury, value, elegance, sophistication, and power. And you can use most black in mostly like high value websites. When the very first Uber came out, in fact, Uber still uses black. You get Uber's core color is actually black. Red is a lot more, dynamic. The cooler is actually Kuler. It's not Kel, but you get a general idea. Okay, so red is a lot more like youthful, dynamic, strong, powerful, stunning, stimulating, energy. It's a very, very powerful energy color, right? Yellow is it's sunny, it's playful, there's wisdom to it, it's enthusiastic. Green is more nature, blue is calming, trust. Purple is all more about luxury, mystery, romance. White is about purity, freedom, space. Orange is haste, impulse, fun, activity, kind of like yellow. Gray is, formal, professional, that kind of thing. So you can use color to communicate and set the tone of the things that you're trying to design. Yeah. Without, yeah, pretty much. You can use colors to actually set the tones, the tone of the things that you're trying to design. So let me get back here. What was I? Exploring. So let's look at typography now. Oh, Toby at DBC, you can Google it, color psychologies or colors, meaning of colors. Just Google meaning of colors. You'll be able to find like lots of content and materials on that. This is 4:30. Let me see how many more things do we need to cover. We have a long ways to go. No, okay, I think we're halfway through. We're halfway through. We're halfway through the hard stuff. All right, so let's talk about typography and selecting fonts and whatnot. Now, anyone who is familiar with working with text will know that fonts is really, really important. There are a variety of fonts. There are like lots of fonts out there. There are millions of fonts out there, but most of them primarily primarily fall into these two categories. I'm not saying they are the only two categories out there, but they are the two more popular categories out there. They are either like serif fonts and sans serif fonts. Now, what fonts do I have now that can be termed as a serif font? Let's say Garamond. Excuse me. I'm looking for a serif font I can quickly use. No, no Proxima. Abril. I think Abril fat face. So now this Abril, for example, now is a serif font. And the reason why it's a serif font is because it has, these tails and the stems and, all these things around it. Now, a sans serif font is devoid of most of these things. It doesn't have these things here. As you can see in this F, it doesn't have it. Yeah. Obviously, there are other font types like slabs. I think a good slab font will be chunk 5. I don't know if, yeah, okay, so yeah, this is a slab. And you notice that slabs are different from serifs in the sense that while serifs have this more, really vintage looking, slabs just like, it's a bit brutalist in a way. It's just bam, 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 very, very brutalist. You get. So they typography is it's an entire course on its own that you actually need to study, and I can't really like discuss a lot of it because of the time that is available. However, it's also important that we actually know how to combine the fonts that we want to use. So what are the things that you look out for when you're using typography or when you're using fonts for your design? Number one is legibility. This font I'm using, can people read it across multiple sizes? Across multiple sizes. So let's say I have, okay, let me go to something, let me go to Lipsum. So people use Lipsum to generate dummy text. So I just want to like try out like some dummy text and show you an example. So this is a typical Lorem Ipsum block of text that I'm currently copying. I'll go back here to Figma. I'm going to reduce the font to like 16. You'll notice it looks small. So let me make it a bit slimmer. Then I will duplicate this and I'll just write header here. I'll adjust the tracking. I'll adjust the kerning, not the tracking actually. And then I think this font probably has like a problem because the tracking kind of feels uneven. So maybe I'll change the font into something else. I think Bodoni. Yeah, I think Bodoni. Yeah, Bodoni kind of even feels like all over the place. But okay, I think it's the tracking is all over the place because all of this. I mean, this looks nice and tight up onto here, and this is a bit irregular. This I can understand. This is okay. This manageable, also manageable. But the real killer here is the relationship between this H and the E. So you have to be, like, these are some of the things that you have to look out for so that your font doesn't look like, all over the place. So let me reduce the font to like 65. It's big. I'm going to place it right about here. I'm going to place it right about here. Now, as we can see, like it looks legible, right? All right, so let me adjust the line height so that it looks and feels like you can read it. Adjust the right line height so that I can read it. So as you can see, it looks legible. You can see it, you're able to read it without stressing too much of your eyes, right? However, if I were to change this to, what's this again? Bodoni. This probably looks good in print. Yeah, this probably looks good in print. But when you're using it for a website, let's be honest, this is this is harder to read than this. So when you're dealing with like things like body text, especially when you're dealing with design, when you're dealing with things like body text, it's always recommended to use a sans serif font. You can afford to use a serif font for the header, but it's always recommended for legibility's sake to use a sans serif font. Now, one of my favorite combinations is combining a sans serif font and a serif font for my designs. You should be able to see something similar to that what's it called? Oh shit. Sorry, let me just charge. I need to adjust my so I can charge this laptop. So you'll be able to see, like, if I did something like this and I put it on the website, if I did something like this and I put it on a website, like, you know, I mean, it's clearly legible. You'll be able to see whatever it is that I want you to see. One thing I did, like, okay, this is not, I don't know whether to call this a serif font. Yeah, this is actually a serif font. So I'm combining a serif and a non-serif font, in which case I'm using Ricoletta and Avenir for this. Here, this is Bodoni 72 and this is Roboto. You can also, I think you can also get away with like stuff like this. The header text. And maybe have no Siri, I don't want you to do that. Don't search the web. So maybe I'll say robot. No, let me say Proxima Nova, and let's say bold. Now, as you can see, there is a clear contrast between the two texts, right? There's a clear contrast between the two texts, and you can't use this when you are. You can probably get away with this if you're designing for a logo, but not when you're writing like normal website texts. Don't ever do this. Not even as a style. Don't. You get. So oh yeah, script fonts. The general, I think the general rule of thumb for script fonts is use them only if absolutely necessary, but avoid them altogether. Olanike, I think I'm responding to your question. Use them only if absolutely necessary, but avoid them altogether. Because script fonts, for most of the ones that I'm familiar with, they're stylish to look at, but they're quite difficult to read. Like if you're not familiar with the script font, or if you're not familiar with the language in which the script font is written, you know, they're quite difficult to read. You can't use a script font, for example. You can't use a script font, for example, to write body text. It's extremely, no, you'd ruin your eyes, and you'd ruin the experience for the people that you're designing your products for, or your website for, right? So I think that's that about that. If you want to convert your text into vector, I think that's pretty straightforward. Just select the text, right click, and then outline stroke. That's it. Very straightforward. So I'll just undo that now. Then you can also combine like similar looking fonts. So take, for example, now, I think this is Proxima Nova. If I wanted to combine with another font, say maybe Circular now, for example. At first glance, they look similar, but like you really need to have like a trained eye to know that these are literally not the same font, right? And you can use them to create some very interesting effects. extra black, text outline, you know, that kind of thing. So I believe that, you know, with more, trial and errors and with more experimentations, you'll be able to get like really, really nice, interesting stuff out of, you know, your type and your typography. I would actually recommend that you, if you can take a course on typography, just a course on typography. I think Chris Do has a course just dedicated to typography, and I must tell you is very extensive, and it's a necessity. In fact, I don't think you can call yourself a full-fledged designer if your knowledge on typography is subpar. You need to learn how to combine fonts. You need to learn how to use really, really good fonts to communicate whatever ideas or whatever, you know, context. Especially when you're dealing with branding, fonts and typography are very, very important. For those who are asking, Google Fonts is a good place. That font is a good place. 1001 Fonts is another good place. There are lots of free font repositories out there online. And sometimes it's really unfortunate that the fonts that you actually want are the ones that you can't afford. So I can't quite show you. There's something that I do once, sometimes when I'm trying to get like fonts that I can't afford. So I just go to a place like what's it called? A place like myfonts.com. Yeah, and let's say I want to use a font like this, Kage. Let's say I'll just do this. Say I want to, whose name am I going to use now? Ola Nike. That's right now. Ola Nike. Yeah. So I'll just boost it to this big. Then I'll screenshot this. Or I'll copy out this image and I will take it to Illustrator and I'll go and vector it. James David, what's the difference between font and typography? Font is a subset of typography. In fact, font families, fonts are how you identify different, forms of typography. Yeah. There are different ways by which you identify, various forms of typography. So a lot of people use them like interchangeably, but they're not the same. Okay, so I think we've covered most of this. All right, so now we go to alignments and grid. Is this thing live? Are you live or not live? Good. We go to alignment and grid. So so I want to talk about how we align stuff together. So I'll probably need to take away all of this. I'm going to bring back my circle. So I just put the circle somewhere in the middle, right? Anywhere, anywhere, it doesn't matter where I put it. Now, if I wanted to align the circle to the top, right? All I just need to do is select the circle, yeah? Then go to the inspector panel right here by the right, and you would notice these 6 icons here. One to the left, to the middle, to the right, to the top, to the middle, to the bottom. So the first three have to do with horizontal alignment, and the last three have to do with vertical, alignments. You understand? Then so if I wanted to align this to the top, I would select this, the fourth one, and it aligns it to the top of the canvas. Now remember, it's only aligning, it's aligning to the top of the canvas. It's aligning itself in in relation to the canvas. It's not aligning itself in relation to any other thing, just the canvas. If I wanted to align it to the middle, that's the vertical middle, I click this. So it's the vertical middle, but it's not the it's not the horizontal middle, just the vertical middle. If I wanted it to align to the bottom, same thing. Yeah, that's a very interesting question. So Akinola Olayinka is asking, should alignment be done in relation to other objects in the design or according to the canvas? Both. And it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I'm just showing you how to actually align in relation to the canvas. When you are aligning in relation to another object or to other objects, for example, let's say I have this fancy looking blue rectangle here, right? And I set it up somewhere around here, right? Right. So if I wanted to align in relation to, other objects, I would select both objects, that's the blue rectangle and the circle. And then if I clicked on, align horizontal centers, this is what happens. So it means that both the blue rectangle and the green circle have their horizontal centers aligned. If I click on vertical centers, you see that they align vertically as well. Vertical top, vertical bottom. So because I've selected these two objects here, whatever alignment whatever alignment I apply is only going to be in relation to these two objects. It's not going to be in relation to the canvas. Do you understand? Now, if I were to select the canvas now, oh, sorry, that was not what I was trying to accomplish. So now, if I wanted these two to align to the bottom, right? If I wanted these two to align to the bottom, yeah, I could select them individually and align them to the bottom individually, or I could group them and then just align them to the bottom of the canvas. All right. Now, one thing I want you guys to notice is when you're dealing with alignment, if you're in Figma, when you're dealing with alignment with two objects, Figma will always favor the bigger object and will move the center of the smaller object to align to the center of the bigger object, or will move the smaller object to align to the bigger object. Now, in this case, volumetrically, the rectangle is bigger or has more volume than the circle. So if I were to put this at the top here now, right? And I selected these two objects and I said, align to, let's say middle, Figma will not make this thing come. Figma will not make the middle of the rectangle move. It will make the middle of the circle move. Oh, okay, apparently it does. That's right. Oh, that's weird. Sorry. Okay, so I think I've spoken about alignments, and then let's talk a bit about, can one align to key objects? Akinola, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Can one align to key objects? Oh, key objects. Key objects, key objects, key objects. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can. I'm not sure you can. Align to key objects is when whatever it is that you're aligning to now, it's going to, like, I don't know, to be honest, the align to key objects is kind of foreign to me as in Illustrator. I don't think I use it. Dave says it depends on the position. If the small object is close, you move to the big object, but if not, both will move. Yeah, I just noticed that actually that's the case. Yeah. Oh, as a focus object, I don't think Figma has that feature. No, I don't think Figma has that feature. No, 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 no. I don't think Figma has that feature. Or if they do, I'm not aware of it, but I don't think they do. To start with, was a key object. The people that brought it up, explain yourselves. Okay, so let's create a grid. Now, the easiest way to actually create a grid in Figma, yeah, is by selecting the artboard, yeah, and then in your inspection panel, you come here, you can come to layout grid, and you click on this plus. Wow, looks like we've actually done 3 hours so far. We've done 3 hours so far. And it's not bad, we make good progress. Now, you notice that the grid that we use is like, it's, that in Figma, there are 3 kinds of grid. You can have like a normal grid here. You can have a column grid, which is this. or you can have a row grid, which is also this. Lola Arowo Ile. I hope I didn't bastardize your name. Sorry, man. Lola Arole. Arole. Yes, this video is going to be on YouTube for some time before I take it down. Let's move this time. So back to what I was saying. So you have like the normal grid, yeah, which is this. You have your column grids, which is this, and you also have your row grids, which is also this. And Figma lets you. So when you're designing, you can actually create and customize your grids. One thing to bear in mind is most designers use 8-point grids for their design. Some designers just create their own special grids and use it and just basically just move ahead along with it. So I think that's all about grids. There are a variety of grids, but these are the grids that you should just bear in mind. And for the final thing that we're going to be doing, we're going to be using grids. Yeah. So I'm just going to show you how I use grids to align my designs. All right. So let me just quickly show you how grids are quite helpful in aligning your design. So in front of us here is just a 5-point grid, right? Now, if we don't have a ruler, I can put this font here. Right? And here. Right? Now remember, grids are basically guides. 8-point grid is you using a gridding system that is the measurements work in increments of 8. Or all the measurements are divisible by 8, actually. So yeah, margins, measurements, everything is divisible or is a multiple of 8. Thanks for that. So in this case, I'm not using an 8-point grid system. I'm just literally freestyling. But like I said, in the final thing that we're going to be doing together, I'm going to have to use an 8-point grid because A, it makes sense to me. B, most devices out there, the weights of those devices are usually divisible by 8. Except for iOS. iOS requires a bit of ujuru. Baba, calm down now. Oh, okay, fine. Since you are asking, I am very eager. I'll show you now. So here, this is our document, right? And I want to create like an 8-point grid system. So first things first, I have to knock out the columns. The columns are usually the important part. So let's do 12. 12 grids is the stretch. Now, before I even continue, I have to put this normal grid down and change the size from 10 to 8. This will help guide me to make sure that I'm doing the right thing, right? So I'll just put it beneath. Not that it matters because it's a grid. So we know it's a 12-point grid, and we'll set it to center. Now, when I set it to center, it frees up it shows up. Ah, God, Jesus, how is this distracting me like this? Stop this. All right, so that's what I was saying. Are there standard grid settings for web and mobile, like gutter settings and stuff like that? There are some standardized versions, but sometimes it depends on the designer because, like I said, grids are like kind of like guidelines. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to follow them all the time. You don't have to. No, you don't necessarily have to strictly follow them all the time. So back to what I was trying to create. So now you'll notice here that the width is actually 10. We don't want it to be 10. We want whatever we're doing to be divisible by 8. And the first number that comes to mind is 64. Press enter. We have it right here, 64. But then you'll notice that even as we set it at 64, it doesn't align with our 8-point grid that is beneath, right? So let's look at the gutter. The gutter is 20. It's not divisible by 8. It's divisible by 4, but not 8. So let's try 16 instead. It's perfect, but it's too narrow. And this is not what we're looking for. Unless you want to create like a site that is like too bloody narrow. Unless you're creating like a new modern Facebook, you get. So let's try again. We'll increase it. 64. What's the next divisible thing? Do we want to maintain 12 columns or do we want to make it 16? 1, 2, 3, 4. 16 columns. Yeah, you're welcome. 16 columns. And this is not bad. 16 columns is just as good in my opinion. And it gives you a sensible space margin from the edges. And you have lots of space to actually play with in the middle. So, Olayinka, I hope I've answered your question. Now, when you're now dealing with typography, or even aligning stuff horizontally, you can also include a horizontal grid, which is this, rows, right? And how I manage my rows is I just set it to auto, set it to top, and then I just determine that my height would be something like 16 and my gutter would be something like 8. So as you can see, this is the perfect 8-point grid system. Everything perfectly aligned. Everything is perfectly aligned. So now let me just hide this. 1, 2, and 3. So let's quickly move forward. We don't have enough time. And people have like other stuff to do. I've held you guys at gunpoint for like almost 3 hours now. And I'm looking to wrap this up in less than an hour. Okay, so I think I've covered grids to a fair degree, using grids to align stuff, to ensure that stuff aligns. Yeah, I think I've covered that as well. Yeah, so let's quickly move forward real quick. Now, so the stuff that everyone has been waiting for, what is UI design? UI design is, first of all, the name explains itself. User interface design is the design of interfaces. It's the design of the elements of an interface that users get to interact with, right? UI design concerns itself more with the visuals, the visual aspect of things, the look and feel. Now, if there are any UX people here in this room, I'm pretty sure they'll be rolling their eyes like, "Oh my God, the beauty of a product has to do with how it works." No. No user will ever use an ugly product, ever. In fact, there is data that states that people are more forgiving of a bad product that looks good than of a good product that looks bad. Like users are more forgiving. Like if the product looks good, but it's like it's like a really stupid product, like it probably doesn't work well or this thing, they are more forgiving because it looks nice. Yeah. But if your product works perfectly well, but it's ugly, nobody cares. I'll give you a good example. A good example of a product that looks good but works bad. Ah, God, let's see. Um, a good example of a product that looks good but works bad would be GT World. Now, GT World looks good. In my opinion, not that good, but most people think it looks good. Yeah. Um, most people don't really need. Oh no, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. Babs, Nairaland, we'll get to Nairaland. Calm down. All right. So GT World looks well, looks cleaner than their vanilla app. Yeah. Personally, I always use their vanilla app. I don't like GT World for any reason whatsoever. Right. But there are a lot of people that swear by GT World and they use it. Now, if you were to take Nairaland, because I actually wanted to mention Zenith Bank's old app. Zenith Bank's old app is a far better app than GT World. It is simple. It doesn't give any problems. It doesn't give any wahala. Nothing of that sort. You know, it has like really fantastic UX. Oh no. First of all, UBA's app is bad. It is bad visually and it's a bad product. So we are not covering that. We are covering apps that look good but work bad, and apps that look bad but work good. You can't lose on both fronts. And UBA is an app that does that spectacularly. All right. So let's say Zenith Bank's old app, the way it looks, the way it looked before, you know, before it looked the way it's looking now. Yeah, so Zenny back then was ugly. It looks nicer now, yeah, but back then was ugly. But I liked it because it was very direct. It had like really fantastic UX, but a lot of people hated it because they felt it was ugly. You understand? So people are a lot more forgiving when your product looks good, irrespective of whether or not it works. They're a lot more forgiving. In fact, they will make excuses for you. But if your product looks bad, but it works, but it looks bad, they're like, nah, G, they'll discard. If you mention Nairaland as a product, first of all, it looks bad. Look, it's bad. It's just bad. Oh, please, no. Polaris is a different ball game. I don't even want to talk about it. No, let's not do that. Polaris is a different ball game. No. Like if no. Polaris is a different ball game. I don't want to talk about it. No, I just spoke about GT World now. Like, so UI design, like I said, it's all about, designing the interface, the visuals, the things that users interact with, the things that lets them form the first impressions of your products. Yeah. And guys, calm down. We are doing a Figma class now. Calm down. We are not talking about banks yet. Okay, so if you're talking about Nairaland, Nairaland is more like Nairaland has fallen into the domain of necessary bad. Like everyone knows Nairaland is bad, but because there is no disruptor or there is no competitor, they really don't care. if there was someone to disrupt Nairaland and that would make them migrate their user base, their like user base of almost 2 million or thereabouts. Is it 2 million as a last count? I can't remember. Like almost 2 point something million. Migrate if a disruptor were to come, if a disruptor were to come and were to claim, say, 30% of that user base, just first 3 months, 30%, Nairaland will sit up. Nairaland will stop being interesting, and then people like Sheun will now be like, oh wait, hold up. The data does not add up. Something is going on here. And they will be forced to sit up. Unfortunately, nobody has been able to create, a product so disruptive that basically makes Nairaland to take user experience more seriously, because they are problems. God Almighty, they are problems. Oh no. Okay, so here's the thing. LinkedIn's UX sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Are you talking about the UX or the visuals? Because recently they updated the visuals to be a lot more white, and I kind of find myself liking it. I find myself liking the new LinkedIn. Does Nairaland works, but it depends on your definition of works. How does it work? What is the experience? If you're saying that Nairaland does a good job of presenting news or presenting information to people, yeah, probably it does. But does it do a good job of architecting that information properly? Does it make that information easily accessible? There's a lot. There's a lot to actually consider. So let's go back to Figma before Shegun comes to come and kill me. All right. So when it comes to UI design, we are concerning ourselves with visuals, lots of visuals. Now, the core elements of UI design. What I mean by core elements are, what are the things that you are most likely to see? What are the things that you're most likely to see in a user? What are the things that you're most likely to see in a design? First of all, you're most likely to see typography. Lots of typography, which we already have here. You're going to see typography. You're going to see input boxes. You're going to see forms. You're going to see controls. You're going to see lots of stuff. What's this swearing for Ireland? Back to what we were saying on Figma, yeah. Most of the things that you're going to see on a website, or on a typical website, on a typical web app, is usually command buttons. Yeah. Let me try and see if I can write them out so that we can all see. Buttons, text, images, /icons, colors, form field, input fields, actually, not even form field, input fields, upload fields. I think I'll just group these two as the same, input fields and upload. And I think that's it. That's pretty much that's pretty much it, actually. This is pretty much what you see if you were to look at. And in fact, let's so there's a site I go to, it's called Patterns. I don't know if they're still in existence. Yeah, patterns.com. So let's take a look at this screen, for example. Oh, no, no, no. I am not creating a design system. Calm down. That is not the scope of this. That is not what we are doing this in this class. All right, so let's see. Let me copy this and paste this in Figma so we can just take a look at it. Paste. So, like I said, we have our icons. I think I'll probably need my annotation here. So we have icons here. This is our icons. We have our text. We have our imagery. We have more text. We have some visual stuff that has text. And then we have our buttons right here. Okay. So these are the things, these are usually like the things that consist of any website or any product that you're going to be looking at. It's usually no more than this. If it looks awesome, maybe someone will probably add motion and animation inside. Let's see if I can even add. Let's see if we can add motion / animation, but hardly ever. I'm not even sure that's a core. I don't think no. I don't think for the sake of the lesson, let's not count it as a core. No. Clear all drawings. Thank you. So, like I said, whatever it is that you're going to design, it's usually not more than this. Yeah, the URL to that site is okay. Let me see if I can quickly let me see if I can send it to you. Cards. No, not really. Cards are not exactly. In fact, cards weren't really a thing up until recently, quite recently. Cards were not really a thing up until quite recently. In fact, like you can create an entire design without using cards. All right. Footers. Okay, so if you're talking about footers usually consist of what's it called? Oh shoot, sorry. If you're talking about footers usually consist of images, icons, or text. And it still boils down to the core of UI design that I've been talking about. Footers are not a singular monolithic block. They are not a single block. It's a combination of several things to create a footer. You get it? So let's go ahead to create a design. So which one do you want us to do? Do you want us to do a mobile design or a web design? Actually, I would rather we do a mobile design because I think that's a lot easier for us. That's a lot easier for us to do. But what do we do first? Do we do a mobile design or web design? All right, we have 4 mobiles. All right, so I think it's safe to say at this point that the mobile designs actually have it. Now, here's the thing. We're going to use everything we've learned. Yeah. We're going to use everything we've learned to actually create a mobile design. Now, everyone slow down, man. Slow your roll. Slow your roll. Come on. Okay, so we're definitely doing mobile design. All right, so everyone slow your roll. All right, so luckily, I already have a mobile screen, a mobile frame that I can use, right? So I would like for us to create something simple. So if you wanted to create something simple, let's Hajara Uthman, what do you mean? What don't you get? While that is happening, I think we should just let's do we just create something simple like a login page or do we create something simple like a login page? Let's just create something simple like a login page, I guess. Right? Okay, cool. So I will do just that. 1 minute, please. A dashboard. Okay, so we'll get to more complex designs, but right now, remember people are learning and like a variety of people are here to learn. So let's not scare them away by showing them something too complex. An e-fitness, man, you are asking for things, bruv. Slow your roll. So strange. Now you're talking. Okay, now. All right, so let's get started. First of all, let me just pick like a let me pick a color palette. Yeah, pick a color palette. I've been eyeing this palette for some time, so I think I'll just pick it up. I'll download this image. Oh, did it download? Oh yeah, okay, it's downloading now. So I'll select this. Slow your roll, bitch. Slowly roll. All right. Then I will bring it up to, oh boy. Ugh, perfect. Anyways, to bring it here, import it into Figma. Well, I'm waiting for it to import. All right, since it's acting up, I'll just copy it and then just paste the bloody thing. There we go. So these are the colors that we're going to be using. Right. So all right, that's cool. That's a new feature. All right, so let me create a rectangle for the background. I want something dark and nice and very sweet. Pick that color there, and then I will use my color picker tool to pick this guy as a background. It's very nice. It's very nice. Now, first of all, before we even continue, we need to know what we want to accomplish, right? For the login, we need it to collect, like, let's say username, password, forgot password, right? And then a submit button, right? Right. So, so let's now begin. I'm going to have to use a grid or a grading system here, right? Let me make this invisible while I implement my grid. Nothing too serious, just simple grid. It's going to be 8 points, quite all right. So I'll create a new grid on top of it. It's going to be a column grid. Do I want to make it a 4 column grid? Maybe not. Do I want to make it 8? I think maybe not. I'll probably go with 8. Yeah, I should go with 8. So I'll just put it to like the center. I'll make this 16, I guess. And I'll make this 32. Now, as you can see, it's not really aligning. So I need to figure out a way to make sure that it does. At 8 points, aligns perfectly. Sexy. Good. So now we can then throw back. No, we can probably just add the rows so that it's consistent. So we just set it to auto top, height of 16, gutter of 8. So this is perfect as it is right now. It's just perfect, right? So let's switch this back on. Then let's get a rectangle. And draw a rectangle. This rectangle is going to hold our command buttons and our input fields and the command buttons. Now, notice how I'm aligning it to the intersections between the rows and the columns. Mind you, the rows and the columns, when they intersect, it's called a module, right? So this box you're looking at is a module, right? All right, so I'll just change the color to this funky looking thing here. Mine doesn't snap to grid either. Oh, okay, I think it's because I'm using web. Mine normally doesn't snap to grid. If you're having a snap to grid issue, I think you should be able to fix that with there should be a way to fix that. View, multiple cursors, pixel layout, outlines, pixel view. There has to be a way to do that too. What I said, it's sexy now. What the hell? Stop. Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right. So we have this, right? So I want to push this down a little bit, and I want to give it a border radius of say 8. 8 seems fine. That's good. Right? Right. So if I come here and I remove, I just turn off the grids, I should be able to see the design, right? So let me put on the grids back on. Put the grids back on. So now I just have to like pick a font. So let me get a text, very simple text. Put it on there, say log in. Clearly we're not going with this font. So I want to go with something simple like Gilroy, for example. Gilroy looks nice. I'll make it bold. Looks also very nice. I will reduce the font size. I think this seems okay. At 28. Figma used to have a dark mode, but they discontinued it. No. They didn't. They were plugins you could use to tweak Figma to get in dark mode, but Figma now disabled. Figma basically disabled use of that plugin. All right, so I'm gonna put this here. Oh, no. I'm not saying in UI we must not use serif fonts. MO. I'm not saying in UI we must not use serif fonts. You can use serif fonts, yeah. You just have to be quite careful how you use it. You know, there are some brands that require that you have to use serif fonts. Take Mercedes-Benz, for example. Like half the entire brand is built on serif fonts. You understand? So you can't dodge it. You just have to be smart while using it. All right, so let me align this. Okay, so the name of the font I'm using is Gilroy Isaac. Yeah, well, so most of Emu, so most of the UI designs that you see that serif font, assigned serif, is usually as a result of maybe the brand, or maybe that's their preferences. A lot of people don't enjoy. A lot of people don't. Well, a lot of modern people or modern designers don't default to serif unless they absolutely have to. But the more vintage designers, like Moy, love serif, dye. Like there's a beauty and an elegance to serif. There's a nostalgia about it that I like. All right, so I'm going to so I've created like this, the login header. So I'll change that text to this guy, the top. It looks nice. I will create a rectangle that is going to represent the text input. Now, for those that were asking, if you want rulers, if you want to use rulers, you go to View, Rulers. Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. So I'm just going to whip out my rulers and use it to hold these in frame. Yeah. My text box is 40. For mobile, I usually prefer that my text boxes are 48. About spacing those elements in each other text box, is there like a guideline? Mo, you probably had me to be clear. I don't understand your question. So I'll probably give this like maybe like 4 pixels. And then I'll give a stroke. Maybe I should make the stroke the same color as this, and I'll switch off the fill of this text. So it depends on the kind of on the design that you're going for. If you want to use a stroke, if you want to use a stroke, you can go ahead and use a stroke. I'm not yet decided whether or not to use a stroke. So maybe I will okay, let me not use a stroke. Let me use this, and then I'll just reduce the opacity, maybe like around 15%. I think this might work. Now I am now faced with a problem. How to now put the label of the username, right? So I have to, let me duplicate this. So to duplicate, you just select the object, hold Alt or Option in Mac, and then just drag out. That's a very quick, nifty way of duplicating stuff. And then I'll just type username, and I'll bring it here. Now, of course, surely it looks quite big, so I have to reduce it. So I'll drop it to around 16. 16 a good number. I think 14 might be favorable. Also, I'll reduce it from bold to medium, and then just drop it to around here. Just nice and tender. Also, I just need to like make this 0%. Then I'll select these two and I'll drag them. I want these guys to sit here so that there's a big, but I don't know how much space this will look like. Okay, let me just, let's put password, call this password. Yeah. And then for my command button, I can just move this to this point here and have it be this. Then I can then include a text right here in the middle. So this is how our button is going to work. Login. Very simple stuff. So I'll increase the button size a little bit, make it a little bolder, center it, and there you have it. A simple login page, easy as can be. So if I wanted to improve on some things, if I wanted to improve some things, for example, say I wanted to include some illustrations or an image, right? I could go to on draw. So let me go to ondraw.co. That's a really good place to actually get images or illustrations, not even just images, illustrations. Unsplash is very good for images. So let me see if there's a good illustration I can pick from here that won't be too stressful for me to use. I need an image of someone. Let's see. I need an image of someone doing like some kind of yoga stance. This would not be bad. Yeah, I can probably work with this. What's the time now? Oh, it's almost 6. We need to end quick. We need to end by 6. We need to end by 6. So I'll save this image. As I finish downloading. And then I'll take the SVG file, then drag and drop. Oh no, please. Then drag and drop into Figma. As you can see, it shows up. Yes, I think they should. No. Android does not have. Android doesn't have a direct plugin. I don't know why, but Android doesn't have a direct plugin for Figma. I think I just checked. I checked earlier today. Android does not have. All right, so let me ungroup this and delete this because I don't need it. So I'll take all of this and I'm going to migrate it to here. Oh, it already looks bad. It already looks bad. All right, so I have to figure out a way to melt the colors so that they don't come across as like really dumb. So let's try that. Let's try you. That's good. Take this here. That's good. It's coming together. Probably don't need, I don't know about the face though. Okay, so let's just do this one at a time. All right, good. So I'll group this guy first and drag him in, see how it works. Does it work well? No, not at the top. Definitely not at the top. All right, so what then happens if I take him to the bottom? Vix Professional, I'll answer your question. Just give me a bit. Let me finish what I'm doing. So let me push this a little bit this way. Yeah, I think this should do. This should do. This should do. So I'll bring him here. I'll have to scale him down, apparently. Scale him down, put him here. Then I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. I'm going to add a gradient. I'm going to make this a gradient, actually. I'm going to add a gradient to my background. And I'll just turn it this way. And then drop this one so that it starts from here, while ensuring that this color is this color. So I am trying to, oh dear, oh no, that is not acceptable. Oof. Okay. No, 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 no. So I want you to be like this. I want this to be like this, but not hardcore. So I'll just reduce it to like something like this. And then down this erase. No. So I'll just do this here so it's floating a bit. Okay, so let's then add like some other stuff. Let's add this apple. Yeah, as you can see, there's no contrast here. I don't think this is probably like the best illustration I can actually think of or come up with. But there's no, I mean, there's no clear contrast. I think that's probably why this thing is suffering. So I'll do that as red, even though it's not really popping. And then I'll bring this guy here. I'll bring him here. We'll take on these boxes and give them a really, really funny color. Oh, strange. Okay. So I'll give them a really funny color. I think I'll just give them like this deep red here. I mean, this deep blue here. So that's fine. And then I'll give these guys the trademark, this guy right here. Oh no, that's not good. So I think this is basically what I had in mind to a fair degree. Hang on. I'm still not satisfied with this background. I feel it can be better. I feel it can be seriously better, actually. So do I do this? Because if I do this at the expense of, you know, his shirt. So I'll probably get away with cheating a bit. So let me cheat a bit. No. Yeah, I'll probably get away with cheating a bit. So let me cheat. So there we have it. We've created a login page with just, you know, a color palette. Very simple login page, nothing too complex. Oh, I forgot. The forgot password bit, you can just like pick a text, duplicate it, and then just have it right here. Hey, Maximus, can you show us what you've done? Yes, I forgot password. And then we'll change the color. I'll make this bold. Maybe reduce the font a bit. Coming. Shit. Hello. So yeah, this is it. This is, as basic as they come. I mean, obviously this design could be better, but based on the restrictions we have, I don't think it looks that bad. All right. So I think we've created our first screen. I want us to talk a bit about what's it called? I want us to talk a bit about, are we still here? Hello, are we still here? Okay, I was just checking. But I say. 1 minute. I think I just saw something rather interesting on Twitter. Okay, so yeah, so I wanted to talk about components. Yeah, just talk briefly on components. So components are like they are quite interesting in the sense that they make it easy for you to reuse, you know, your UI elements. So I'm going to give you an example now. So say for example, yeah, you have this is your form. This is your login form. Let's say this is your login form, and then you want to do other things with it. Say you want to create like a sign up form, right? Let's say you want to let's remove this illustration because we clearly don't need it. Yeah. And we'll draw this one a little bit lower. I need to group this. Kabir. Let's say, uh, sorry, hang on. I just realized that I may have done some very, very foolish things. All right. So let's say we want to do something like registration now, right? Let's say registration. And then so we have like your name, your email. Definitely don't need this anymore. And then you want to maintain the use of your command button, right? You can always maintain the use of a command button. But here's another thing. What if you now wanted to customize it, right? What if you now wanted to customize it? You wanted to make it you want what if you want to customize it, or what if you want to make it consistent, or what if you want to create a scenario whereby you want to customize your buttons for a certain product without having to redesign it all over again? Or what if you want a scenario whereby you want to be able to change the colors of your UI elements on the fly without having to dig into and go through every single place where that UI element exists? Because right now we have the button in 2 screens. But what if our screen explodes to like 50, 60 screens? Does it now mean that I will have to go to 50, 60 screens just to change the button colors? And that is where components now come in. So if I create this, if I've created my button here, in order to make it a component, I just need to right click and come here and create component. Right? Now, all I now need to do is copy and paste. And what I've done so far now is that I've created an instance of that button component. So it doesn't matter what I do, how many instances I create. I can create like 500 instances. If I say that I want to change this button color from this to like red, they will all change. And like it simplifies my work. They will all change, no questions asked. Right? Now, components are a little bit more technical, because what if I decide that there is a button that I want to behave differently? I don't want it to behave the same way this master button behaves, because this is the master component and these are the instances, right? And they all inherit their behavior from the master component. So whatever the master component does, the instances must follow. So it's just like cloning, you know. No matter what the main, the main originator, the owner of the DNA has, the clones are going to have as well. Now, what if there's that one clone, yeah, that decides to say, oh, you know what? I want to be my own person. Exactly, daddy and children, that kind of thing. So what if there is that one clone that says, you know what, I want to be my own person. I want to be independent. I want to be free. I want to be a free woman, that kind of thing, or free person. Let's just say, I want to be a free person. That sort of thing. You can then create something called an override, right? So if I select the instance here and I say, okay, I want to change the color from this to blue. Now you notice that the color only changes, yeah? The color only changes for this button because it's an instance. It's not a master, it's not a master component. It's just an instance. It's a prodigal son. You got it, Eniola. You got it. It's a prodigal son. So the prodigal son now initiates an override. Now, the prodigal son's override only affects him. It does not affect the other instances or the other children. You get, it only affects him. Now, if we go back to the master and say we want to change the color, you notice that it only affects the other instances. It does not affect the prodigal son. And this is just one of those, this is one way in which you can actually use, components to simplify and to speed up your workflow. So I think I've spoken enough about components. Let's move on. We really don't have enough time. I have held you people at gunpoint for 4 hours. Okay, All right, so images in Figma. Images in Figma, how to actually import images in Figma. The easiest way to import images in Figma is just by doing this. You come here, place image, and you can place an image. What I do instead is I just get the image I'm looking for and I just paste it direct. So say, for example, like if you notice, okay, let me look for an image, for example, now. Let's say images.google.com, and I am looking for, who do I search for? 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 Naira Marley. No, Naira Marley. And David do. Naira Marley. No, Cristiano Ronaldo. That's a better, Cristiano Ronaldo. Yes. The perfect being. Okay, so before looking, Oyeniro is saying he doesn't really get the prodigal part for components. All right, so the reason why it's a prodigal is because it has an override, right? Now, it being a prodigal means that it's determining its own fate. It has decided. You can decide to alter its color, or you can decide to alter its size, do whatever it is that you want to do. Every change you make to this instance, to this prodigal, is local to just this prodigal. It doesn't affect all these other children here. It doesn't affect all these other children here. In fact, if you change, I mean, there's some things there's some changes that you can effect. Yeah. There's some changes that you can effect on the prodigal that if you effect it from the master, it won't work on the prodigal. So for example, now we've changed the color. When we want to change the color from the master, you'll notice that on the other children, the colors change. On prodigal, it doesn't change, right? Now, same button, if I want to change the size of the master, you'll notice that the size on the prodigal also changes. That's cool. But if I decide to change the size of the prodigal, no matter what I do to the master, that prodigal size is not going to change. Alabi Olanike, the prodigals are made by creating overrides. Now, how do you override the prodigal from the master? You override the prodigal from the master by selecting an instance. Yeah. So let me create another prodigal. You select an instance from master. You select one of the children and then change something. For example, if I want to change something, I can change maybe the color of the button and maybe make it red. Yeah. I've applied an override. So that means that no matter the color change I make from the master, it will never affect the prodigals. You get. There's something I wanted to add just now. Okay, can a prodigal go back to being the son just as when you alter the master affect the prodigal back? Yes. What you do is you select the prodigal, you right click and you reset instance. It goes back to being a son. Same thing here, right click, select instance, and reset instance, it goes back to being a son. All right, so let's go ahead. Okay, so let's go back to collecting Cristiano Ronaldo, the perfect. Okay, no, is Cristiano Ronaldo the perfect being? No, that title belongs to another man. The real Ubermensch, Henry Cavill. This man is the most well-balanced man in history. This man, like every other person that calls himself a man should bow before the temple that is called Henry Cavill. So let's say uh, let's see. Henry Cavill Superman. Or do we say Henry Cavill Superman? Henry Cavill Witcher. I think I'll go with Witcher. Yes, yes, Henry Cavill. Yes. Yeah, let's see. No. Don't get it wrong. Enola Holmes was a good movie. Don't get it twisted. Enola Holmes was a good movie. And it was a good movie without Cavill. Cavill was just there as support. You get it was properly written, in my opinion. Not necessarily, not it was nicely written, not best written. It wasn't like the best written movie, yeah. But I liked the pacing. I liked obviously it had like a bunch of plot holes in the middle. Like, why was the mother a terrorist? Like it didn't make sense to me. Oh, okay. So if you want to disown the prodigal or to detach it from the oh no, you don't delete it. Actually, what you do is there is a function called right detach instance. Yeah. So by the time you detach it, it's no longer associated with anything. It's no longer associated with the master. It's just its own element now. Yeah, like it was an okay movie. It wasn't bad. It wasn't Mulan bad. You get. It was a nicely written movie. It wasn't the best movie. I'm not putting it like top notch. Yeah. But it was okay. It was okay. The characters that were pretty okay, were pretty decent, were nicely written as well. And what I liked the most about Enola was the pacing. The pacing was nice. The pacing was really nice. Okay, you know what? I've decided I'll go with Henry Cavill Superman. Why? Ebenezer, what are you objecting for, please? All right. So, like I said, what I normally do is I just pick my image from wherever my source is, and Christian Bale. Christian Bale looks good in his suit, and that's all. God. I mean, I'm not saying Christian Bale is that bad an actor. He's an excellent actor. I think um, the last movie I saw Bale in was this Lamborghini versus Ferrari, and I loved that movie. It was a racing movie, but it was it was really one of those movies that you knew what the outcome would be like, but there was a small twist at the end, but still it was a delight to watch. Henry Cavill's I think if they wanted to explore if they wanted to I think I don't mind Henry Cavill's Sherlock. Henry Cavill's Sherlock is actually pretty cool. Channing Tat Channing Tatum over Bill? No way. No way. No way. Channing Tatum has the acting range of a mattress. Anyways, let's get back to topic. So, so when you import an image into Figma, there are a number of things you can do to it. In fact, there are a number of effects you can actually apply to it. So just like you have in Photoshop, there are some things you can do. You can increase the contrast. You can increase the contrast. You can increase or decrease the contrast. So I'll just boost the contrast a bit. You can boost the exposure. Well, let's not like be logical. So we'll just boost the exposure just a little bit. We got high saturation, maybe, if you want. You can change the temperature. No. Ebenezer, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, I didn't say that Bill was bad. Bill looks good in his suit, and that's all I said. I think Bill is cool. Bill is actually cool. And I love most of his work. Like I said, Bill's work in Ferrari versus what's it called? Ford, was it Ford versus Ferrari? Yeah, Ford versus Ferrari was really was awesome. I loved it. You get, but who I said was a problem was this weird looking guy. Like I really don't understand why he looks the way he looks. Channing Tatum. That guy can't act for. He can't act. I don't think he can act. So you can play around with the temperature. You can play around with the tints. So there are a variety of effects that you can apply. In Figma. Variety of effects that you can apply in Figma, but you also have to recognize that Figma is not a photo editing software, so there are clearly limitations, right? Like you can't unless you're using a plugin. Leave me alone, this guy. So Figma is not Photoshop. Yeah, you can't just extract images from the background, except maybe if you're using a plugin. But you can't just extract images from the background. There are a lot of things that you can do in Photoshop that you can't do in Figma. So usually, what most people do and what I do sometimes is I do my image editing in Photoshop. Image editing that I cannot afford to do here, I'll do it in Photoshop. Then I'll just bring it over here into Figma to work with. So let's now talk about icons. Icons, I get my icons from usually from Being Noun projects. That's where I get my icons from. So let me just take this and then let me post it here so that you can see. So let's look like for a really nice, good looking icon. I mean, this looks nice. I think I have like a login. Pretty sure I don't have a login. I can't remember my login. Can I? Mr. Elias, no. It's wrong. Please Lord, 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 please Lord. Okay. Amen. You actually can't code. Aniola, you actually can't code in Figma, but Figma can suggest code snippets for you. I'll show you how it does that. 1 minute. Oh yeah. So the reason why I can't even log in with my Facebook is because I'm using I'm using a private window. Yeah. So the stress of having to log into my Facebook afresh is yeah. So I'll just pick this guy. I'll pick the icon I just downloaded, and then I will drop it into my Figma box, into my Figma board. Oh, whoa, no, that's not it. That's wrong. There you go. Yes, there are plugins for icons on Figma. There are plugins for icons on Figma. So the one I use is the one I use normally, but not on this account. The one I use normally would be okay. So let me go to manage plugins. The one I use is Iconify. Let me just even put icons so you can see. There are roughly about 50 icons, just 50 plugins for just icons alone. So and there are lots of. So the one I use, I think there's feather icons. Feather icons is really cool. Material design icons are also nice. Font awesome icons are also really cool. So I mean, there are lots of stuff. There are lots of icons that you can play around with. But the one I use is this guy, Iconify. All right, so I'll go back to my Figma, and then when I come here, plugins shows me all my icons, and I use Iconify. So wait for it to run, and I search for my favorite hamburger, and it shows me my hamburger menu. All I just need to do is just drag and drop into my Figma file, close the pop-up, and then customize and reduce the size of my hamburgers. Then I can proceed to add them to my design if I want. Maybe I'll just scale it a little bit, and then bring it here. Just add it here. So that's how you add icons to your UI design. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so let's see, what else do we have left to talk about? We've talked about importing images. We've talked about applying effects to photos. We talked about limitations of Figma with photos. We talked about importing icons and where to get icons. I think we are mostly done. Oh, almost done actually. So we need to talk about prototyping. Yeah, we need to talk about prototyping. So prototyping is I think at this point you guys should just start putting your questions together, because we're literally almost at the end of our course. So now, what is a prototype? A prototype is pretty much, it's like a simulation of a real thing when it comes to design. Like when you've designed all your screens, yeah, a prototype is basically how you connect all those screens together to simulate, to make it behave like it's a real proper app, right? You connect all the screens together, you add like interactions, you add transitions, you add, and it also depends on the kind of prototyping tool that you're using. I use, sometimes when I feel like it, I use Principle for Mac. But most of the time I find that Figma's prototyping tool is just, I mean, it's not really like up there like InVision's prototyping tool, but sometimes it's just enough. You just want to communicate the idea. You don't want to put like bells and whistles and any other thing. So I just use Figma to run my prototypes. So if I wanted to create a prototype, let me, so say for example, say for example, let me just trash all of this. Let me remove all of this. Remove all of this. Remove this gradient because we kind of don't, we actually don't need it. This gradient as well because we also don't need it. So let me, so we have phone number, we have email, we have password, for example. Just put password here. And then I will put this here, say update, no, submit. Align it to the middle. Make sure that this guy is correct here. So there's no need for this guy right now. All right, so I want to create a link. I want to create a link that allows the user to be able to, I want to create a link that allows the user to be able to go to registration. So I'll say something to the effect of new user so sign up here. All right, so I'll make this, put this in the middle here. I'll change the color of this to white or to whatever passes as white here. Put this here. And then I have to make sure that this color is, I have to make sure that this color stands out a little more. So I have to boost this color a little bit upwards. So new user, sign up here, put this here. That's cool. I have to increase this font a bit. 14 looks good. Center it. And then it's going to lead me to here. Now, I will also need a back button. So let me go and get like a back button from Iconify. Set back. I'll use this one instead. I think I like this. What's 9 people? That's not bad. So I'll keep this back button and I'll just bring it in here. Strangely, I don't think I'm designing to scale. So let me scale this down a little bit. Adjust for this guy here. And then change the color. I am tired. I am tired. We've been at this for we've been at this since 2. This is like 6:30. So I think we've been running like 4 hours straight. All right. So okay, so we have this. We have our back button set. Okay, so Ebenezer is asking, is it okay to export your screens and create your prototype in InVision? So unfortunately, you can't export from Figma to InVision. I would advise that you start and finish your design in InVision. The best you can do is import from Figma to either ProtoPie or import from Figma to Principle for Mac. But Principle for Mac is strictly for Mac users, yeah. But Protopie, I think Protopie is both for Windows and Mac as well. So I think you should try Protopie. Although Protopie is not free. Protopie is not free. All right, so let's, so I think I'll just back. All right, so I think this should do back. So this is not good. This is good. This is good. This is good. So I want to group these two. So remember, we're creating a prototype, yeah? We're creating a prototype, yeah? So, so I just want to link just these two screens, right? I just want to link these two screens. Or instead of doing that, I can create 3 screens so that it looks like a proper, like something proper. So let me just delete some of these shenanigans. And I will put this guy here. So remove use. So before this class, while I was preparing my slides, Mudia did something rather interesting. I don't know whether Mudia is here, but we did something rather interesting. We were actually playing around with some ideas, and he was trying to say that I should show you guys how to make icons, and then I kind of just let it metastasize to something like this. So I did this with Figma. You understand? So I'll just copy this. I'll copy this and I will paste it here. Paste it here. It looks dope. So I'll just give this white color. It doesn't look as menacing as it used to be. Doesn't look as menacing. All right, let me see. Should I make it blue? It's not really menacing like that. That's the problem I have with this thing. It's not really not menacing. Okay. I'm basically cheating at this point. I am basically cheating at this point. I'm cheating. So you guys will have to allow me. I'm cheating. But so from here, what we want to do is, yeah, that's actually the point. Let this man be like Joker. So what we want to happen is for it to transition from here to here, and whoever wants to sign up will just have to click the new user sign up and go back here. If they don't want to, hold on. So like I was saying, if they don't want to, if they don't want to continue with the registration, they can always like navigate back. So in order to create the prototype, we come to here, click on prototype, right? And then we select this frame. We select this frame and we drag this node from here and connect it to this screen here. Now, we select this new user, sign up here, drag it to here, right? And then for those who don't want to navigate and who don't want to register and want to go back to login, we select this right here and we'll use it to connect back to the login screen back. Now, in order to play our prototype, we press the play button at the top right corner right here. So let's press that and see what happens. All right, now, so we see our first work, we see the first screen. So when we click on it, it takes us to the login screen. Yeah, and then nothing is happening. But when we click on new user, it takes us to registration. If we want to go back, it takes us back to the login screen. Now let's apply some, some transitioning effects to what we are doing. First of all, from here, from the splash screen to the login screen, the user shouldn't have to do anything. It should automatically transition from the splash screen to the login screen. So in your interactions on that prototype, you can change the trigger from click to after delay. After delay allows you to specify, after delay allows you to specify some seconds, some seconds by which it would stay, then now go onto the next screen by itself without receiving any input from the user. In this case, this is 800 milliseconds, and 800 milliseconds, I believe, is like that's like 0. That's it's not up to a second. It's not up to a second actually. Yeah. Now, when the user clicks from when the user wants to register, and it says new user, sign up here, instead of going instantly, we can change the animation from instant to dissolve. Now, the reason why I'm not using Smart Animate is because I have not set up this prototype for Smart Animate. And I think that's like another topic for another day. The same thing for this back button. I'll click it instead of instant, dissolve. Why am I using dissolve? I prefer dissolve. Normally, it's supposed to be either slide in or slide out. Like slide out in this case. For this one, let me not use dissolve. I'll probably use sliding, which I think is a lot more apt. So when I press play, what's going on here? Oh, okay, something went wrong. I didn't specify the animation type after the delay. So let me do that. Dissolve. 800 millimeters, 800 milliseconds. So I'll leave that for now. So you see that it dissolves now. So when I click sign up here, you see that, it pushes, there's some kind of transition effect. And when I press back, oh, that's wrong. I don't want it to behave like that. I actually want it to go the other way. So it should slide in. No, Oh, slide out. No. Yeah. Yeah, it should do that. Slide out. So when I do this, it should do this. And when I do that, it should do that. Perfect. So, and that is how you create your prototype. When you want to share this prototype with your clients, you know, when you want to share this prototype with your clients, you simply just come here, click on share prototype, you copy the link, and then you share it with your clients. I think with that, we have come to the end. Oh, Jesus. We have come to the end of this 4-hour grueling. Oh God, I actually thought that this was going to be like a 2-hour thing, but this is 4 hours and it is grueling, my God. So with that, we come to the end of the 4-hour lectures. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me right about now. Okay, so Abraham is asking, do you need to be a graphic designer before you can become a product designer? No, you don't. Although, to be honest, being a graphic designer gives you an edge as a product designer, but no, you do not need to be a graphic designer before you become a product designer. It is not a prerequisite. Vix Professional is asking, placing elements on the grid, is there a rule as to where and when not to drop elements? Good. Ah, good. All right, so let me. Oh gosh, this is strange. All right, so placing elements on the grid, is there a rule as to where and when not to drop elements? Say on the grid, not in the gutter or the canvas or otherwise. Okay, so for example, don't put stuff in the gutter first. No. Gutter. No. Don't. It's usually not advisable to start stuff in the gutter. Yeah, it's usually not advisable to put your stuff in the gutter, right? That's number one. Number two, the margins before the grid starts, they are there for a reason. So you don't so that your design is consistent and it is like framed, so that it doesn't look like one thing is shooting out of the arrangement. The only way you can get away with things shooting out of arrangement is if it looks nice, but if not, keep your design as straightforward as possible. Placing elements on the grid. Also, like grids, bear in mind that grids have to be like soft grids. Yeah. What I mean by soft, what I mean by soft is there are some times whereby the design might not necessarily sit exactly on the grid because of the nature of the design element. So you just have to accept it for what it is. But otherwise, always ensure that your designs are properly arranged according to the grid. How does this translate if the app is a website? Do you have to modify it to fit a browser? Yes. That is why frame sizes matter. In this thing that we just did, we used a frame of 630 by, no, 330, no, sorry, 360 by 640. Oh God, I'm actually exhausted. 360 by 640. For a website, you're going to have to use a frame of 1440 by 900 or even longer. So that depends on that. Let me see. Shegun Maximus, right now, it's not, this is actually a one-off class, to be honest. Okay, so how do we move from prototyping to creating a real website? It depends on how you want to approach it. The handoff process to a developer, it means that the developer now has to have access to this design and then export the visual elements from this design to his tool of choice, either Xcode or Android, or the Android IDE, or you can take it or export it to so that he will use it to write his HTML. However, what I do is sometimes I create my own sites. Sometimes, not all the time, but I create my own sites by using Webflow. Webflow is another beast entirely, and I don't think I'm especially skilled in Webflow yet to teach it. You know, maybe like in a couple of months I might hold like another one to actually teach Webflow, or I might get in contact with someone else who knows Webflow properly to be able to teach it. But I think that should answer Seun's question. Are there any other questions? Joy Oshifeko is asking, how do we choose matching colors? I think the best way to answer, I don't think it's a question I can answer here, because colors is literally, like I said, colors is literally a class on its own. So maybe if you can DM me, and I'll just send you like a bunch of resources that can help with your question. Any good and concise book or material you can recommend on design? It depends. It depends on what exactly you want to learn. Do you want to learn how to start designing? If you want to start designing, I do not recommend you pick books yet. I don't recommend you pick books. I recommend you pick software and try and make as many mistakes as you can. Design until you start to get the hang of it. And that's, in my opinion, the best way to design. Reading books is like trying to score a goal from the sidelines. That's not from sidelines, from the bench. That won't work. So you have to get in there and like get the job, and just be willing to be wrong. Yeah, be ready to be wrong. Be ready to have people look at your work and say, "Oh, that doesn't look good," but just keep at it until you will get it. That's the honest truth. You just will get it. Okay, so final note. I think what I'm actually trying to say. First of all, thank you all for attending this. This has been almost 5 hours. It's been grueling. It's been punishing. But I really do hope that you guys were able to get something out of it. Thank you guys so much. I do not know if you guys know, but I am organizing a 2-month intensive class where I actually teach these things in depth. It's not just teaching teaching how to use Figma, but actually teaching the entire process of designing, from concept down to delivery, from not necessarily not even from ideation, but from the product perspective, doing user research, doing testing with customers and all whatnot. Design concepts that cover deeply, that cover very deeply and extensively things like color, typography, grids. All these concepts I intend to cover within these 2 months. Yeah, it's most likely it's going to be like 16 classes altogether. Yeah, but it's going to be all covered within 2 months. And the outcome is that by the time you're done, you should be able to take on any project confidently. You should be able to take on any project confidently and have your own and be able to like either work for clients, work for companies, or bring out your own ideas to life. The Ovalay Academy is a real website. It's at the moment right now, Ovalay Academy is an online school. It is virtual. So if you want to reserve a spot at the academy for the intensive training that I'm currently organizing, the classes actually start on the 10th. So all you just need to do is visit www.ovalay.com. I don't know if you guys actually know the link by default, but let me just drop it now. Ovalay.com. Chigozie Eugene, it is going to be online. I'm going to be streaming the videos to you. You know, it's going to be an interactive class even. So just visit ovalay.com. You'll see how you can apply and reserve a spot. Classes start by the 10th of October, which is in 9 days. You can basically have like 8 or 9 more days to actually reserve a spot. So yeah, thank you guys for coming. It's been great. This has been a real push. This has been a real push. And I really, really hope that you guys were able to get some value out of this. I hope that you guys were able to get some value out of this. If you have any further questions to ask me, you can hit me up on Twitter. I think this is my handle on Twitter. Ask me any question you want. I will do my best to answer you. All right. So take care. Enjoy the evening. Have fun. And I'll see you in class.